Okay, yeah, I don't know. It's basically a let's play now. Um, cause let me make sure that this is working, because I have a game capture and a window capture. I should put the window capture above the game capture. There we go. Now I can just toggle it on and off. So I'm definitely going to spend some time theory crafting now. I like the nice OBS Streamlabs yellow border that I get around my web browser. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, so I have discovered that there's a Siralim planner, a team planner, and you know, I cannot resist that sort of thing. It's going to be like path of building for me. Um, all right. Okay, so yeah, I guess we're gonna continue our 35-hour file. This is actually 35 hours of playtime too. It's not bad. I am, getting into it, I suppose. So I don't think I have any free slots. I think all my projects are filled up. We are revealing all the specializations. And I think this is really, unfortunately, now is not really the time to be. It's not really the time to... Oh, where was I last? Come on. I can't remember where the last fight was that I ended off. I think I was like the faraway enclave or something. Maybe, potentially. So anyway, I guess I will just pick up from the Frostbite Caverns. It's interesting because, like, at this point, I'm pretty well aware of what's good. What's good, Karenus? I'm pretty much so this game is going to be awfully grindy. There's a lot of stuff to unlock. And I already know what, like, I'm not going to break into other specializations or archetypes until I'm done doing what I'm doing here. And I think this team is online enough to kind of carry me for a little while, so I'm basically going to do that like I was doing the last time I was here. I'm kind of interested in those purple mummies. I may do some theory crafting in a little bit, but I basically want to be plowing through floors because I have learned that some of the mechanics that I'm going to be obviously most interested in do not show up until like floor 400, and so seemingly it's possible for me to do like a floor every, oh, I don't know, 5 minutes or fewer, but only if I am like really plowing through. After creature defends, each enemy is a 50% chance to be inflicted with snared. Creature healed, they gain a barrier. Okay. Increases its lowest stat by 25%. Yeah, whatever. Got a billion windows open, trying to multitask, watching streams, Discord, and Tekken World Tour. Well, don't feel in any way obliged to keep my silly stream up. I'm mostly gonna be grinding at this game, which is not gonna be terribly exciting, probably. Later on, I will be doing some theory crafting, which will probably be interesting, or maybe. Because quite a few things have become available to me in terms of like what I know exists in the game. So I'm pretty excited. I don't think they're very, like, I think there are a few people really kind of like crunching away at like the higher end higher end content of the game and pretty serious about putting teams together and that sort of thing. But I'm gonna see if I can get up there with them and start messing around with the higher end content in the game. It seems to me that the very serious player bracket kind of begins around like realm depth 500, where you've got everything unlocked, and you're really able to play with like combining specialization perks and that sort of thing. I am actually really intrigued by the fact that you can potentially farm anoints without being a royal. Let me see where your creatures cannot keep buffs or stats. Oh no. That's not good. I think given that, it's actually kind of important to just there we go. That is a really weird Nemesis mod. I'm gonna have to probably create a macro that checks for stuff like that. I don't know if you can check for Nemesis mods in macros. It may just be something I have to keep my eyes peeled for. That's a really dangerous one for me. Stuff like that existing in the game. I wonder if Realm Instability allows more than one Nemesis mod to show up from Smith Master. Or, yeah, whatever these guys are. Smith Master. There we go. Smith Mastery 1. Sigil the Smith at the start of the battle. If all creatures in your party are Smiths, they share artifact traits with the creature to their left. Could be powerful. Artifact traits with the creature to their left. Okay, so that probably doesn't propagate, right? So it's like, if you have an artifact trait that's being given to you by that sigil, you probably don't share that artifact trait. Most things in this game just don't function recursively in any way, shape, or form. So I generally just don't expect stuff to stack recursively. Achievement points 8%. Not bad for 35 hours into the game. Har har. I wonder if there's something like the Siralim Planner that would allow me to search spells. He's getting some kind of like browser search going on. Realm Demarl. So maybe we'll start there. Realm of Phalanx. Where is this Demarl? I see. Oops. Did not see it. Oops. That's okay. Okay, this looks like an engineering themed realm, so I expect to see bomb stuff. Or not, that could always be absolutely wrong as well. But yeah, it's looking more and more like there can be quite a few okay. Yeah, it's looking like there are quite a few different tools I can stack together to make what I'm trying to do work out even better than it is currently working out. Aid me against the grant me wealth beyond my imagination. Wow, yeah, that's well beyond imagining. 200 brimstone. Who ever heard of such a windfall? Gonna try to make this not terrible. Your creature's... Yeah. Oh, what? Creature subdued 1 out of 3. Okay, that's... What in the fuck is this? Gains 10% speed plus 10% total speed it has received. Oh boy. Creatures innate traits. Your other creatures gain 10% of these stats as well. This trait does not stack. Autonomous health. Okay. That's just straight up what these are. Crazy. Yeah, it seems like I can, the whole, like, slaughter engine for trait stacking seems really, really good, actually. But I do not have the strong version of it online, right? Like, I am spending, like, 3 or 4 traits to achieve an effect that can be done with, like, one artifact. Like, 1 trait stone. That sort of thing. Uh-oh. Killing the Doom's... What is it? Killing that Far Ocean never works out for the enemy team. They always just instantly die to the effect. Oh, that's just... Yeah, that's just one of those that I send back to Siralim. I didn't read the Realm lore, so... Oh, there we go. That never seems to work out, right? Like... That guy dies, comes back, and they all always end up dying. It's just how that works. Again, you got your planner over your game window. What? Oh, no. I tested that for 2 seconds. I was so afraid this was going to happen. There we go. I was so afraid the moment that I put that on. I'm like, that's going to happen. So that's going to be in the VOD. I guess people can just skip around if that happens. I was only there for a couple minutes. Thank you for saving me from myself. I would have probably glanced over eventually, but it would have probably been a while. Allow me to train with you so that I might better understand the evils. That gets me a fight, right? Yeah, there we go. Fights are not bad because, like, the longer that my characters are allowed to stay dominant, the longer that, like, the further that I'm gonna get in realm depth before I get walled. Granted, the enemy creature levels are definitely going up faster than I am allowed to level, so. Yeah, that never seems to work out for them. It almost always results in everybody dying instantly. So I think that this corpse explosion stat buffing engine is a good it's a good core engine for the build. I think that it'll work. That never works for them. They go first and they kill the Ashian, they all die. So the core engine that I'm working on here, I feel like can be taken to a whole nother level. All effects activate creature resurrects will activate 1 additional time. That's really good. See, that's one of the 2 of those elk traits that I feel like is very much worth working into my team somewhere. Because if I'm going to be killing and resurrecting guys, I may as well get double out of the effect. The problem with that is that, obviously, when you're looking to build a comp for Realm Instability 5, you really have to be careful about how many traits you're relying on. Because it very frequently limits, like, the number of max traits, and it goes right down to 2. 2 or, like, 1 extra trait. Like, 1 extra trait, I believe, just removes your artifact traits as well, which seems insane to me that they actually allow that. Just is very restrictive. You've probably seen the Essence Brimstone so many times. Received that you might want to send that to Quick Chat. What means this? Can I do that? So if I set this to normal, then that probably hides that. Like, that hides all the common stuff that I've already seen. So that is probably what you were talking about. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's way better. Why isn't that on by default? Fuck this game. So regularly finding toggles that should really be set on. Currencies like that should really be displayed like that by default, in my opinion. Since there's no real like benefit to seeing it explain that they are currencies, considering there's a whole fucking currencies window. Oh, come on, there's really one... See, there's not even going to be a chest down here. This is the sort of thing that Elizabeth was griping about the other day to me. See, no chest. So now I can just leave. I'm not using the divination candle at the moment. Because, okay, now we're going to pick up at the Great Pandemonium. Oops. The game kind of encourages you to full clear realms, but it's absolutely not optimal to do so in most situations. Early on, it's nice to look at the goodies that are of value, but now it's just crap to dump into your horde later. Yeah, that's... It very quickly became that for me, to be honest. And I've sort of been trying to go through things as I receive them, because, I don't know, it was fun for a little while, I suppose. But I think... Berserk and splashing. I think the, like, had I been playing this, like, sequestered away in the dark corner of a room late at night, and not, like, performing the stream-esque soliloquy, I probably would have, like, very quickly turned all of those options on. More quickly. As it is, it's, like, way more optimal for me to just be, oh yeah, I think I saw that. Way more optimal for me to just be, looking at stuff in batches. Like, that's a process of batching, right? That feels like it could be really good. Like, damage multipliers actually feel like they could be really good because I assume they don't have the same sort of diminishing returns that you're talking about on traits. So it's like, trait acquisition obviously gets some kind of diminishing return, so you want to put as many, like, start a battle effect. You want to stack as many layers of start a battle effect trait buffs as you can get in your primary party, and then you want your scaling traits throughout the battle to go off as quickly as possible. Like, you want to get as much bang for your buck per cast of, like, stat scaler, basically. Use the statue to offer favor. I think I saw you or not. Use the statue to offer favor? Should I get favor? Like, is that... Am I really... By the way, just tested Petra and a start a battle speed gain with molecular betrayal, and they triggered in a sad order. Molecular betrayal first. Ugh. Was hoping it would steal the extra speed from the relics boost. Yeah, that's sad. The one you spawn near. Yeah, so you're talking... Yeah, you're talking about the statue, the altar of the god that's in the realm, right? Like this guy. I can give him for favor, right? Like, I can donate for favor, like 1,000 brimstone for favor, but, like, what is that? You've already... Oh! Oh, God. Alright. Yeah, I'm bad and I should feel bad. Really, I'm not bad and the UI is bad. This is, like, going to be one of my constant armchair dev grouses, is you're gonna be hearing a lot of this stuff, but it's like, if I make a mistake like that, I'm very comfortable blaming the game for that. The game did not actually in any way encourage me to discover that mechanic organically. And what I mean by that is there was no real intuitive way for me to infer. Creatures resurrect with moderate amount of health. No real way for me to infer that I was only allowed to donate once. you actually have to try to donate twice in order to figure that out. So I would have been donating this whole time had I known that you could only donate once per realm, because that becomes obviously optimal the moment that you know about that. But knowing about it is an opaque mystery until you try to donate a second time, which I never have. If this creature does not take damage from attacks or spells during each of its turns, each of your creatures casts one of their spell gems at random. Huh. I guess that's a good creature to use the kind of invis mechanic with, right? Here until this creature does not take damage from attacks. Covers. Okay, so this basilisk thing is a new archetype. Seals all the enemy spell gems. What? Fuck. But you have to have it survive a cycle, right? In order for any of those effects to go off, seemingly. If all the creatures in your party are basilisks, they have a 20% chance to avoid damage. In addition, their innate traits have 25%. Even if they took damage? Okay, yeah, that's really good based on the traits I just saw. There and then just to see if I could do it again, and it didn't work. Yeah, see, that's... I think that's random, though. I think that's, like... coming from, like, generally, like, a roguelike background. Roguelike... I mean, I do roguelikes. I do, ARPGs and stuff. My instinct was, like, to preserve my resources initially. And the fact that there's no way to infer that blind makes me really, really mad. I'm just like... I wish that, you know... It would be, I guess what I'm looking at, like, it's kind of coming from, like, an armchair dev position is, like... how trivial would it be to, like, do a 0, like a 1 out of 1 charges icon? Like, you could literally just have it be, like, parentheses 1 over 1 at the end of the text, and that would work to convey that without having it be blind or opaque or mysterious at all. Like, it's so trivial. It's such a trivial thing to resolve. Maybe that requires some playtesting, but I'm very averse to opaque mechanics, just like on principle. The divination candle is another thing that I feel like I should be using every single realm, but I'm not yet sure what I want to use it for. The only creature that I have fully unlocked is the fire. Where is he? Fire salamander here. And the assassination mission just gets you the trait stone. So increased chance of finding the creature's card is really nice. I'm kind of wondering, like, does the animatus have a card? Because I guess that would be the first thing that I should definitely get in. It's like I'm 100% going to have the animatus on my team. Druid specialization, engineer specialization. And we're going to unlock some other... The fanatic I don't need yet, right? Yeah, there we go. It's like not going to let me anyway. I haven't even unlocked the Gate of the Gods or anything. Kingdom of Heretics. Okay. We donate. Um, 1,000 be expensive enough to be worth caring about. I probably should have tried it, to be honest. It's like, I mean, yeah, for sure. I'm very similar. I like messing with stuff too. Like, give me a sandbox game, generally speaking. Special creatures don't have cards, exotics, and dumplings included. Okay. That is basically the use of the candle. You research C grid and then candle it to S and get the trait item that you want for a specific build. Yeah, that's what I've gathered, but the I don't really know because I have not theory crafted it out fully yet. I'm not sure exactly. I know that I think I want to put the Phoenix passive on my Animatus. Just looking really quickly around at like some of the res traits that the game has to offer. Having but I think it might actually be most beneficial to have a main trait Phoenix on my team that fuses with my Animatus at turn 1 so that they can have a double catch, so that if my Animatus dies, the Phoenix reses it, and if my Phoenix dies, the Animatus reses it. And then I obviously need the Grave Binder. I'm going to need to anoint the Grave Binder. Stats do not... stat modifications persist through death. Or stat buffs persist through death. And that's going to be an unholy hell of a grind, I'm guessing. So... because if you want a specific anoint, it feels like you're just going to have to, like, farm a god fight, and farming god fights seems really bad. So I'm going to need to put together some kind of team that is, like, able to do that up front. I would like to assemble a team that can do it all universally, and preferably would be this this archetype, but we'll see how far we can push this, I guess. Minotaur Master. Sigil the Minotaur. Attack 1 additional time. I have to figure out, because it seems like the game does a fairly... There's plenty of things to praise Siralim about, and I feel like I take the piss out of the game more regularly than I praise it. And so, like, going back to something that I feel is good about Siralim is that Siralim does seem to put a lot of, like... This is going to be a mixed feedback. Give me 1 second. 1% less for every 1% they're missing. Okay, yeah. I've seen that. Okay, so I have seen all these. That's actually... I don't think I've seen that one. Anyway, mixed feedback. Siralim does a good job setting you up for, like, these diminishing returns situations where... Like, for example, it is not immediately obvious to anybody that's interfacing with the systems that you wouldn't want, that there's going to be some kind of, they put arbitrary limits in place that actually, I think, work well. Like, if you could just recursively trigger 800 million attacks to happen in 1 turn, then you'd want your team to kind of be singularly focused, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I think there's fun to be had in those kind of, like, infinitely recursive single lever sort of teams. But I think that the arbitrary limits, like, you can only attack 15 times per turn. Not only that, but the game lets you, like, mess with those arbitrary limits. There's at least 1 relic that raises the maximum number of times you can do a thing in combat, like, per turn. And that's nice. I think those arbitrary limits actually help to make it so that you want to create a more interesting team, because your team isn't just going to be the thing that does, like, you know, stat buffs on Resurrect, for example, because you're going to run into the stat gain per turn limit. Like, I ran into that pretty much immediately. And so I'm guessing that any team that tries to attack a billion times per turn is going to run into that even sooner than I did, etc. ad nauseum. So that all of these repelling buffs now give 50% chance to avoid. So what it is that you want to see how many. What are the best? What I'm trying to say is you want to see what are the best and most powerful mechanics that I can fit on this team, and what are the most effective ways to push them up to that arbitrary limit. And that's actually going to creates a possibility space that I feel like, by virtue of being less dimensional, or less infinite, I guess, it becomes more of an interesting problem to solve, because it's still clearly not a human crunchable problem. Where, like, if you just posit like fairly different starting conditions or fairly different like aesthetic restrictions, you're going to get wildly different results. The last time I did this and I waited on the nether portal, actually this was the area where I fought my last nether portal boss, weirdly enough. However I did it, I wound up like coming back to the same place. So I do think that creates a much more interesting team building possibility space, having those arbitrary limits in place, because it becomes a much more interesting set of questions. It's like, instead of how do I make, you know, how do I cause resurrects to infinitely recurse stat buffs? It's like, how do I get the most out of those stat buffs straight up and then leverage them to a powerful effect or something like that? It's pretty interesting. There we go. Man, when they kill everything, my animatus gets pretty jacked. I wonder how long this is going to last. Crimson Magical. It's going to be quite the grind to put together, you know, effective relics and stuff like that, though. Having like a multi-victorial set of win cons also seems really important. So like, my corpse explosion can kill things, but also my animatus swings for 800 Gorillion, which is nice. But if each creature on your team is capable of, for instance, like wiping out an enemy lineup just because they are individually powerful, that is obviously preferable to like creatures that are just there to serve as combo fodder for some other creature. And that's really important. Where's my animatus card? That doesn't exist. Alright, lots of plants. This is like Grove Tender stuff. Maybe. I don't really know. I haven't looked at Grove Tender. Honestly, I haven't browsed the other specializations very much at all yet. What in the heck are all these? I've never seen these before. This creature attacks, it afflicts the target with silence and decreases their intelligence by 15%. Blighted and decrease their, what, lowest stat? Creatures inflict an enemy with debuff, they gain a random buff. Okay. I only have one relic on my best grind build. They're not actually necessary for an effective team, so I never cared that they were kind of grindy / expensive due to semi-passively gaining piety. Yeah, I mean, it's nice that they're sort of passive in that regard. But I am going to try to get the ones that I want unlocked. If all the creatures in your party are warhogs, their innate traits are 100% more effective. This trait does not stack. Gonna have to figure something out for sure. Pandemonium. Pandemonium Queen. That's one of those I'm not allowed to get. Very sad about that. It's item automatically consumed when you pick it up. Okay, always start reading from the bottom there. That's great. Creatures to the left and right of this target attack the target. I mean, it seems like you should be optimizing your team on every vector. Like every possible vector. And I am going to do that with this lineup. I'm going to try to optimize the shit out of this particular lineup on every possible vector. Like, I'm going to try to get the best creatures in the best slots for the animator perks. I'm going to try to get the best relics to those creatures. I'm going to try to really optimize the lineup. Okay, what does this asshole do? Start and end of each enemy's turn, this creature attacks. The creature deals 25% more damage for each time it attacked the current battle. Okay. I think probably they'll just die pretty quickly. They never die to the corpse explosion and other bosses because they benefit from that boss health multiplication. Okay, so that was all common stuff. Good job, nether boss chests. Oh yeah, I gotta pay for favor as well. Favor. Yeah, feel free to spoil me on like optimal grind stuff and whatnot as well at this point, because if I am truly going to get to the end of this, like get up to the higher floors and be doing the thing and all that, I don't want to be doing things terribly suboptimally. I do not mind getting spoiled on minor strategy and play efficiencies at this point. We are well beyond that. Okay. How about not destroying all of the doodads for once? Snow Lily. I should have, like, looked at that. That thing looks goofy. What the hell is that even doing here? Is that an exotic creature? Yes, it is. After this creature is killed, this creature gains rebirth and shelled. Well, after a creature is killed. Okay. Cool. That is a creepy plush. Breath of Life. Okay. Does it show me? It must. I feel like I've seen duplicates at this point. It shows me spells that... Does it show me inscriptions that I've already picked up? Like... I feel like it does. Which is a bummer. It really shouldn't, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe all the inscriptions I've ever seen are new. I hope it doesn't. Taken out of the loot pool once acquired. Okay. That's what I thought, but it's just like... Jeez, I've seen so many... The problem... Okay, so the problem is that there are many inscriptions that are like... Spell X from class Y, right? Like... It's the same spell, but for a new class. And so I'm getting rused by the spells that look so similar to other spells, but just happen to be from a different class. Which is also weird because there's a lot of ways to get around class spell restrictions. Like, so many ways to get around class spell restrictions that I'm... Like, it seems like such a minor... I mean, I like that there's an optimization vector there. Like, you can save yourself from having to augment or enchant a particular spell to get it outside of that class pool. Like, you can save yourself the trouble by, I hope this is okay. Sometimes the nemesis is misery, and that makes me sad. That is literal misery when the nemesis is misery for me. But there are so many ways to get outside of the class pool that the fact that there are, like, spells It's like one of each spell. That's not true, probably. I haven't looked at the overall class pool, but some spells from certain classes seem very, very similar to a spell like that from another class. All creatures are resurrected, recover 100% health, and their debuffs are removed. The timeline is shuffled. That's an interesting drawback. I wonder if you can set that up to be basically cast like when it would be your opponent's turn. So you set that up to try to like re-roll the turn order on your opponent's turn if you have a dead monster and it's your opponent's turn or something. Okay, that looks like that guy's about to stab the baby. I should probably look at that. I've never seen that creature before. Or at least I didn't think so. Okay, lots of quick loot assessment coming in the bottom left there. Demonic power of the statue. Excellent. Spectre Master. No, where's the red baby stabby Spectre? I expected to be able to inspect it here. God, that sentence was the most spect I've ever said in my life. Your Spectres decrease enemy stats 50% more. That's nice. That's actually really nice, and I should consider it. I'm honestly going to pull up the sigil of the Spectre. I'll just put it in there like that to remind myself to look at it, because 50% more. So it would be 25 plus 12.5% basically. Oh yeah, it's past 3, so I'm gonna go. I gotta go out and talk to my grandfather real quick, make sure he's okay, and tell him that I'm not gonna be going for a walk today. My girlfriend and I are gonna walk later on in the day. Alright, let's see. I can teleport back to Siralim. I'm gonna turn in a project real quick. Cool, Phalanx. That means I can get new realm there. Anyway, I will be right back, real quick. Hang tight. I am returned. Let's see what's going on. I need to get these chair arms up. There we go. They were in my way, man. Okay. We're gonna keep going. The name of the game is Progress. I wish I could somehow make battles go faster. I am real, honest to God, tempted to cheat engine the speed up, but I will hold off on that. In particular, I've actually got reservations about that because it would speed up the hours that it's tracking me as having played. And it would do so disproportional to the amount of time that I'm playing. And I actually have been appreciating being able to track like the number of hours I've been playing. At the start of each enemy's turn, this creature decreases their lowest stat by 25%. That seems not very powerful, gotta be honest. And like it could potentially backfire if you're against dealing with traits that do things like leverage their lowest stat. Oh. Was this Misery? This must have been Misery. Because I just didn't get any stats off of that slaughter. Going to have to pay attention. I think it was Misery. I think I saw it running around. Okay, yeah. Give me Erodus Favor. That's nice. I like this build for the moment because it scales pretty well with levels and overall stats showing up, because it's percentage reduction and whatnot as well. It's doing it's gonna probably hold for pretty well, as long as I'm not doing realm instability stuff, where the only reason realm instability threatens it, I think, is, well, I guess it threatens it in two ways. Let me see. Earth Trait slot. Less damage. For each debuff they have. Yeah. That's a really good one. So those are considered rare. Got it. Yeah, Realm Instability threatens this build in a couple of ways. It threatens it because, number one, the damage actually scales beyond what it's able to tank in a lot of cases, because they're like, hey, how about if the enemies cast spells 11 times in a row with 200% extra spell damage? Like, that's... haha, funny joke. But also, the traits that stuff my ability to gain stats show up more regularly. Those are some pretty cool skeletons. I like those. I do like those. Skeleton Mastery is 1. If all the parties are skeletons, they attack 1 additional time and have a 100% chance to deal critical damage. Okay. It's time to stop pretending that I remember everything I read. Where do I find information about crits? I want to know what critical damage is all about. Resurrect. So we got the basic limit's 15, and there's 10. A limit of 10 for traits and resurrections. Critical damage is a flat, so it's flat 2x, but it's 2x probably multiplicative with every other damage type in the game. Base chance is about speed difference. Yes. No, I know what that No one has a clue what the actual math is. That's wacky. Okay, so I'm guessing the 2x crit is multiplicative with every other fucking source of damage scaling in the game, which makes it probably very desirable. Here's the next question for you, Cosmin. Since we have abandoned spoiler realm here. I would like to buff my I'd like to give my Animatus a fair to good chance to crit with its corpse explosions. I think that's a really good way to add a scaler to the corpse explosion damage, but I don't know if that's possible or where to find it. And I've been keeping my eyes peeled, but I haven't recorded anything yet. So if you know of a place I should look for something like that, give me the heads up. So at this point, this is going to become about building the biggest Animatus ever and nothing else. Teleport to new realm. View to the planner and search. It has an and function. Yeah. No, I'm planning on doing that. But I'm going to do that in one bulk section a little later on after I've progressed a little further. Because knowing stuff like I'm not going to Emerald Tide Scrap. Gives receives 150% more healing. Good for blight builds. Knowing stuff like I'm not going to have access to anoints for a very long time is like, okay, I need to keep damn, no pink green. We'll do pink red. Hey, pink red is favor. Time to do that all the time. Always and critical. Gotcha. Black eyes. Each enemy has 50% chance to be afflicted with. Your creatures have a 50% chance to gain invisible. I realize that the VODs for this series are going to be a little silly because I don't have the Twitch chat overlaid anywhere on my fucking video capture, so might aura. Your creatures deal 25% more damage. This trait does not stack. Huh. I mean, 25% more is cool. Depth 105. Brownie Lunar? Not on spells. Yeah, I'm hoping I can dig up something that I can strap to. Whoops. I'm hoping I can dig up something that I can strap my to my Animatus to give his corpse explosion a potential crit chance. Scaling, finding out some like fairly powerful levers for scaling his corpse explosion feels like it's going to be where things are at, honestly. There may even be some mechanics I don't know about. Like, it would be cool if I could figure out a way to cause his corpse explosion to trigger on ally death or something like that. When your creature's artifacts spell slots activate, these spells are cast one additional time. That's cool. Yeah, so getting some crit scaling on the corpse explosion. Getting the undying. Getting the res and death effects to proc twice. That's one that I'm definitely thinking about. Let's trinket. Probably should have looked at that. Forgot that all of those are rare now. Haven't seen you yet. Oh, okay. If you want 3 Jins and put Animatus in one of the last 3 spots. That's a lot of shuffling. And use Clawing Cockatrice. What's Clawing Cockatrice do? Don't even know. And by the way, I'm not trying to use you as an encyclopedia. It's just that you seem to be like so rearing to talk theory all the time that I'm like, as I'm grinding, I may as well shoot the shit. And if you've got information to throw at me, go right ahead. You know, if you know of anything that I can work with in the vein of what I'm talking about, feel free to make suggestions, because it will expedite my theory crafting later on. Changes the race of your last 3 creatures to that of your first creature. Yeah, because you can, at that point, you can use these sigils, basically. Now, here's a question. I've seen some stuff that feels to me like it reads ambiguously about changing the race, right? And I'm wondering, is it possible for something to count as more than one race in certain conditions? Or is race something where it's always like Boolean single column? It's like it is either true that it is this or it isn't, and it can only be one. Like, is it always mutually exclusive with every other race? Share copies of their first 2 equipped spell gems with each other. This trait does not stack. Should also keep in mind that the Animatus can be made to adopt the race of whatever it fuses with, which is pretty nice. Always just one race. Can be changed in battle or at start of battle, but it's only one at a time. I feel like I've read some stuff that sounds like it adds a race, but it may just always change. That sucks. I mean, it would be a bit exploitable if you could just tack on a whole bunch of races and then use the sigils. Feel very powerful, so. Grimoires seem really powerful as well. How am I doing on revealing the map here? The fact that this doesn't show you the entire map at once makes me want to kill myself. Which I'm not sure is something that you can even say in jest on Twitch, so sorry if I offended anybody. Teleport back to Siralim? No, to New Realm. I suppose tear my hair out is probably a somewhat more PC way of saying that. Like, every single time that I open up the map and it's not, like, fucking the whole map, and I have to pan around with that really irritating sound. As far as traits go, there isn't much you can do for your guaranteed crits for spells. Well, what about relics and stuff? It's gotta be something. There's gotta be fucking something. Like, there are too many mechanics in this game for me to not be able to get Corpse Explosion critting somehow. And it honestly doesn't need to be 100% consistent. Spells don't have the same chance to crit as attacks, right? Even if I'm like, even if I've got a billion more speed than the opposing monsters, I'm not going to be able to just crit because I'm way faster. And being way faster than shit probably becomes very, very difficult as the monster levels scale way beyond what you're able to deal with. Like, these monsters are level 528. Like, my guys are like level 250 at this point. So, it's starting to get frisky. Crits on spells are kind of sad low. Also, I feel like I heard it might not even be based on speed. Okay. Interdasting. Maybe I'll run like a Discord search at some point to study up on those mechanics. Because I think it's definitely going to be important. Like, it feels like for regular combats, it's always going to be fairly possible. Okay, hold on. The first time your soul flayers are killed, they are resurrected with 10% health. Okay. I feel like I've seen some Soul Flayer things that are potentially good for this build, so maybe I should keep that in mind, because that res is pretty good. I really think it's probably, like, I'd probably just slap a Phoenix in here. Like, I slap a Phoenix in here and force it to fuse with my, return to Siralim to claim your reward. I could just slap a Phoenix in here and force it to fuse with my Animatus so that my guys always res when they kill each other. Having the Animatus, kill all of its allies with Slaughter seems like basically good 100% of the time for a starter. I'm gonna have to protect myself against traits and Nemesis properties that stop me from gaining stats. So I've got to figure out a way to do that. Immunity to Fear is something that's available on a Relic, but that doesn't seem... that's like quite a lot. A Relic seems like a fairly powerful slot to allocate, and so allocating the entire Relic for the sake of Fear immunity seems like maybe quite a lot of investment. Are the only traits that aren't race-based that give independent crit chance, and there are a couple that always crit, but one is Wisp. Get sent to the bottom of timeline when damaged. I mean, that's not so bad. It may be possible for me to set up my Animatus to always go first, or to always go first in every practical sense. And it may also be very possible for me to set up the suicide condition to work independent of Slaughter and work passively. But I kind of feel like the temptation to go perfectly passive with everything is a little bit lazy, because it feels like spells, like setting up your characters to do like reasonably intelligent macros with spells seems like it's going to be the most powerful option. Hemlock Ant. Graveborn Specialization, that's one I'm definitely going to be borrowing some stuff from, so we love it. Prime Ventus rank 60 gives the bearer 25% independent crit chance. 1,000 Needles rank 50 has a better one. Yeah, because I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure what to scale. So like 2x is nice. I need to figure out what's additive and what's multiplicative. The reason that I would immediately jump to crits is because I'm fairly sure that I can rely on crits to be multiplicative regardless. Potency seems like another one that's probably multiplicative with everything but itself, if that makes sense. But I have, like, this creature, for example. Your creatures cast death spells as if they have 100% more intelligence. Now, see, that seems awesome, right? Because as if they have 100% more intelligence means that, like, that happens post all of my fucking, post all of my trait buffing. That just seems wild. So, like, having that around for Corpse Explosion seems really unbelievably nice. That is basically like saying... That is effectively, if I'm understanding this correctly, that's effectively like saying Corpse Explosion is critting every time. Depends on how the potency, depends on the potency of, the potency multiplier on Corpse Explosion, I think, actually, but something like that, right? So, being able to find a couple things like that and put them together to make it so that I get to be Darth Maul. Stacking a couple of things like that with crit, for example, feels like it could get to like astronomically high numbers really, really quickly. Potency from your spell enchantments boost the base potency, which is based on your int. And that's all before defense. All other potency / damage modifiers come after defense, including critical and class counter. Damage mods generally add, yes. Okay. So at some point, basically, I'm going to have to deal with defense, is what you're saying. Like, I mean, not what you're saying, but that's what the formula would seem to imply, right? Is it's like, because you're only gonna get so far from pumping the damage on the pre-defense side of the equation, and eventually what you want to do is ignore defense. Like at some point, you want to have some kind of like defense penetration. I can also imagine doing something that's slightly faster with regards to like the number of things that are happening per combat. So like the Phoenix speed thing, it seems like it's a little slow. The creature's attack deals 5% more damage for each spell that has been cast. Okay, but yeah, this creature here does a buff it 50% of this creature's speed. And I feel like I would really like to somehow make that like 100%, like somehow increase the effectiveness of Buffet. If your creatures have cast a total of 12 more spells in the current battle, your creatures are immune to debuffs. I mean, that's nice. Potentially like Vulp stuff, I guess. I have to find a way to handle the increasing stat gap. Going for bigger pure numbers, ignoring defense, reducing the enemy defense, less scaling your stats more somehow. Yeah. I mean, what's nice is that the way the stat scaling is working right now, you know, my Animatus is winding up soaking a ridiculous amount more stats per level of my creatures, because my creatures are leveling up as well, and because the Animatus ends up pooling their stats, it works out such that hopefully these two lines do not meet for a while. But damn, are they really out leveling me? Golem Master, huh? Hey, there's a new and cool looking golem. Maximum health with their defense. Oh no. I wonder if I can actually do this. Am I... Uh-oh. That was the worst creature to die first. This guy might actually kill my team. This may be exactly the sort of thing we were talking about. Yep, I don't think I can win this. Maybe. It depends. Because of the stat gain, it really depends. I really need the whole, like, the Gravebinder stat persisting. Like, stat persistence post-death is going to be a really big deal. Yeah, I think I lost this one. Yep, there it goes. That's definitely a loss for me. Interesting. I want to know, like, what is going on with these. Wait. Ah, I see. Other creatures gain. Okay. your golems share their innate traits with each other. And where is the golem mastery? Master of golems. The start of your golems gain triple take trait. If they already have this trait, they gain the chip off the old block trait instead. Triple take. This creature attacks and casts spells 2 additional times. Chip off the old block. After this creature is attacked, your other creatures gain. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that'll do it. Holy cow. Yeah, so these guys actually have a shit ton of everything now. Holy god. I mean, like, that's nice, but it's because I lost my... this guy lost all of his stats after dying, which is really silly. Moss Golem is a pain. Oh no! That's okay. We knew it was going to happen eventually. We knew it was going to happen eventually, so that's the third battle, individual battle that I've lost. One of them was to Mythicans that just wound up with a randoming a bunch of crazy traits. I feel like I could do that battle. I feel like basically just casting spells on them and not attacking might do it, to be honest. Because attacking them just causes their stats to multiply, which is a little bit wacky. See, immediately I see stuff like the golem stat scaling, and I'm like, could I set up a thing where I had like the was casting that spell that caused everybody to attack, or there's the relic that causes every monster to attack you once per turn, and it's like that causes your stats to go completely nuts. But the number of times that you're allowed to gain gain stats per turn is something you run into in that situation, for sure. So it depends. And also, once you start hitting the diminishing returns from your stats, that becomes a problem as well. I am gonna have to start retooling this build pretty soon, though. I wonder if this is just gonna be the same Golem Master that I run into, so I shouldn't, like, skip him. Uber defense right after our discussion. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Isn't this ironic? Here's a great example of the exact sort of hurdle we were just discussing me running into. So I think probably some ability to get around defense. Like, I'm gonna have to figure out how to scale my damage in such a way that it can deal with stuff like that. Might be a good general way of phrasing that. Just want to destroy that chest. It's very important to me. So I guess I'll just go in and try to kill the nether boss, because if I do run into another boss where I can't beat the nether boss, then I'm gonna actually have to. Oh no, it's only one creature. Phobos. Oh, that's interesting. Damage from an enemy's attack spell. All other creatures with this trait attack the enemy who inflicted the damage. Okay. Fantastic. I was about to say that trait doesn't put the fear of God in me, so. That was kind of weird. But looks like the relic carried. I don't actually have... I have, like, level 10 on that relic, so I don't know if that relic is doing all that much, to be honest. Like, it could. That could have been, like, all the work that was required. Honestly, I feel like... Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no, I ran right into it. Fuck. Yeah, how do we deal with this? This guy is just going to cast Chain Lightning, which is fine, right? They already have so much defense. But at least the, you wouldn't happen to have a spell to deal with massive defense. No, not yet. Like, not one that I've put on my characters. Is there just an instant answer to this? Definitely should have been paying more attention to what he's doing. And that's only attacks, so basically... Let's see... I don't think that Chain Lightning is doing anything to these guys. I think if I macro, it will try to heal my Animatuses. Yeah, healed my Animatuses. Can't do it. Can't Chain Lightning. Defense penetration. This is not gonna do enough. Damn. Yeah, there's... Unfortunately, like, what's happening here is just that... These guys have too much defense, I think, for this to work. Might be able to Chain Lightning them with my bigger stats now, but I don't think I have enough stats to work through that much defense, honestly. I only have 17,000. This is probably just going to be a big old nope for damage. Yeah, not even. Can't even see that guy's health bar because I don't have enough knowledge of that golem. Don't even have spells on the tree. I think I didn't even, like... Yeah, no. I basically, like I said, I've got basically two monsters in here that really don't belong in this lineup. Uh-oh. Yeah, I really don't think. It's just too much defense. Attacking them doesn't do me any good, though. Rabid Dementia being, like, the thing that usually gets me there. Uh-oh. They have such low health, though. I feel like I should be able to do something. But, yeah, I guess this is the lineup that teaches you that defense is a good thing to have. Or is a win con in itself. Yeah, I can't probably hit these guys. If I could cast... Maybe Desecrate will work. Wow. Desecrate just does a lot of damage. They're all golems. Let's go. There it is. All right. Wow. So we got there. Yeah, that's what I was saying is the last time. So at the start of the battle, your golems gain the triple. Yeah, okay. I read that in the combat. But the thing I was saying last time was, I just because of the way that I have my Rapid Dementia casts set up on macro, my Animatus had just like tried to whoop ass on the entire golem lineup last time, which did the opposite of was completely the opposite of helpful. Because basically what happened was, rather than one-shotting things the way he normally does, he didn't quite do enough to basically get through their defense, and instead multiplied all of their attributes by a Gorillion. No, I was my Animatus by default. Let me see. Yeah, he just attacks a random enemy by default when I'm macroing. I should probably have him, like, check for crazy defense or something. You can't check for, like, crazy defense, though, can you? You can't check for, like, if their defense is higher than my attack, you probably can't do that sort of, scan. But yeah, Desecrate. Desecrate did it, thankfully. All I need to do really is kill one. Generally the attack works because he's got so much in the way of stats, but and mostly I guess a lot of the time I'm running on can he Rapid Dementia himself? Is that a thing? Have I just been ignoring that possibility this entire time? Like, where are my spell gems? Yeah, I mean, why can't he Rapid Dementia himself? I should definitely... Oh no, he can't because it's a magic spell. But I can just, I actually have diamonds or whatever is required to enchant it to change it to allow it to be, like to change its type to death. There's no reason I shouldn't do that now. And he should just be casting Rapid Dementia on himself, because it's 100% better than attacking at random. Okay. That's nice. Goblet of Trials is full. There we go, we got some piety. Now, Cosmin would be the one to know this, but like, am I being silly if I reroll this constantly to get my my animator? So I don't know what the likelihood is here, but I know that I have a lot of essence. Like an absolutely ridiculous amount of essence. Like how much essence? Many essence. 692,000. So I could run myself out, but... If you haven't gotten the achievement for grinding 100 depth with Animatus. What does the achievement get for me? Please give me Animator. Oh man. Does it only, there we go. Give a small boost to all piety gain? Oh no. That's crazy. The more you play the game, the more the game gives you. What does this guy do? Anyway. The game does feel like it's about to start throwing shit in my face, so I don't know if someone already transcended Phoenix. I don't know. I may have to take a break in Theorycraft. That golem build shook me up a little. Corpse Explosion still carrying. I will not give up the ghost. I've got to figure out. I do have to figure out what I want to do with regards to the 2 center slots of this team, because those guys don't need to be there. Those guys really don't need to be there. Definitely having 2 empty slots on the team basically is less than fantastic. Kind of the main focus of the game, so the longer you do stuff, the easier it'll be to make new build. Yeah, that's sort of... At the moment, I'm really just prioritizing that, to be honest. I'm really just... I'm really just prioritizing getting to, like, 400 plus depth. And I know there's, like, a minimum time investment required to do that, because of how long it takes minimum just to run through a floor. But also, it would be nice if I could kill the nether bosses as I go and stuff, so... Have not thrown to another boss yet. That was a lot of stuff. Yeah, those Rift Dancers seem interesting to me. Those are the ones that say, like, a repeat effect on res or a repeat effect on death. 10,922 life. Our numbers are so small still. Gotta get up to that big scientific notation type of numbering, right? I will definitely make a whole bunch of crazy builds once I'm done with this. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe once I get to like 150, I could take a break and do. Okay, so it's 355 now. So I'm really gonna have to pick up the pace in terms of like how many realms I'm grinding out per minute, basically. Which is really just a piloting thing, but it is also like decision-making stuff. Like, should I actually be trying, for example, to clear out these all these doodads? I think the doodads didn't spoil me on this. Do some of the doodads just remain simple destructibles? Or do they all eventually give you some kind of reward when you have enough favor? So I feel like I've been getting rused this whole time by chasing around the destructibles. Oh man, what? Oh, I must be... I'm not able to gain stats or something. One of these Nyx does that, if I remember correctly. That's okay, it still worked. It's actually crazy. All-star battles invisible and have 25% chance to avoid damage. That's pretty good, but yeah, I imagine that I should probably not be trying to kill all the... I shouldn't walk through all the doodads at the moment. Moderate amount of damage inflicted with a random debuff, or is healed for moderate amount of health and gains a random buff, depending on if it's an enemy or ally. I can check in with these. That's not bad. Hey, costumes and stuff. Not bad. So what are skins exactly? Skins are like, for monsters specifically? Realm Forbidden Depths. Okay, we'll go Forgotten Lab. Oh, what? It knocked it down, so now I'm in the same place again. There are a couple special things that make Destructibles worthwhile, like those rock things in the Vulcaner's Realm. Most of them not really. Skins are for monsters. And skins can do things, if I recall correctly, like certain mechanics interact with skins. Like dumpling, there was at least one dumpling mechanic that interacted with skins. Like trait based on what kind of skin you have for it. The cool thing about the Animatus, right, is that if I can boost the stats of my other creatures, he benefits in terms of the stats that he gains. So stats that buff the stats of my party globally are actually going to be more valuable, really, than anything that buffs his stats directly. Although boosting his base stats is important. Boosting everybody's base stats would be even better. So like start of battle, team-wide stat boosts would be probably the most useful thing that I could get. Because he will then soak those all. So because like anything that boosts team-wide stats boosts his stats at a... So if it's like, if it were 100% all stats, it would be 500, but then only 50% of that, so 250. So 2.5 times whatever everybody else gets, he gets 2.5 times that, which is nice. So if I can get them like start of battle stats, then I can get really powerful multiplicative stats that way. Have the only skin-related mechanic in the game. They're special. Well, fuck. I notice one thing and I think, okay, well this is gonna be relevant now. Although it seems fun to collect monster skins, so there's that. Yo, Daryl, how's it going, man? Sphinxes are perhaps the most adaptive creatures. Okay, well, why don't you show me some things about Sphinxes? 12% health future creature, the same class. Party can do 3 more creatures that belong to the same class. See, that seems really good to me. And I wonder what... 10% more. So this happens post start battle, unfortunately, because it's like an ongoing effect. 5% less attack and defense and speed for each creature of this creature's own class fighting on your side. Oh, that's nice. Huh. Okay. 5% chance to resurrect 3% health for each creature of its own class. Just waking up here. How's Siralim so far today? Siralim is a grind and a half, my man. So, like, the thing that I think Siralim reminds me most of, I mean, it's kind of Path of Exile-esque in the broad sense of, like, having a really sprawling builder focus. Start battle with Rebirth. Okay. Like, there's just an overwhelming amount of shit, right? But, the games I think it most reminds me of, like, are, like, the Cladoon games, or, like, Cladoon X2, or, like, Disgaea, like, that sort of thing, where you get sort of, like, infinitely scaling party building stuff going on, and it feels like you do pretty much anything as long as you're willing to grind for it. But the mechanics are more interesting than a lot of those that I've seen in like Disgaea-like games, basically. So it's not quite as straightforward as a lot of those games end up being. Man, I wish I knew which doodads were valuable to walk through and which weren't. But it's kind of nice. Like, it's very chill. I'm having a very chill experience, like running around and farming up some dude bros, and I'm gonna use the Siralim planner later on today to sort of put some stuff together for my team. So there's a Siralim builder website, and that makes sense since there are 1,200 traits and a shit ton of relics and specializations that you're allowed to like mash up with anointments. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I've definitely done that already, right? Yes. So we are gonna try to I'm gonna try to grind up to like, I don't know, some reasonably high realm depth as quickly as possible, but I've chosen an archetype that actually takes a while to clear combats, which is a little bit not having to click on everything is a good design choice. Oh yeah, for sure. Bulldozing, resource gain, yeah, it's... I mean, the thing is even having to run around and pilot through all this stuff is kind of equally annoying, to be perfectly honest. But, I mean, equally annoying might be a stretch. It's still kind of annoying. What? Each resource yielding object you collect in the current realm up to a maximum of 15. Crazy. That's the first one I've seen interact with things inside of the realm. It's the first trait I've seen interact with that sort of, like, realm doodads. Interesting, following on the heels of a discussion about realm doodads. It's like if, you know, speak of the devil. After your creatures are attacked. Okay, yeah, I've seen that before. Trying to keep up with some of the traits that are showing up, but I honestly don't need to at this point, I don't think. Gonna be using the Siralim planner for sure. But I am interested in knowing what's going on with all these. Going after the destructibles. Interactables that give favor and all that are fine, but the random bushes are literally not worth your time. Yeah, that's... It's the problem is, Cosmin, is that I'm not sure which ones give resources. So I just pilot into them all because, like, committing those to memory is an active rote memorization that is, like, feels offensively difficult to me at the moment. Chess, favorite things, and a few special specific things are the goodies. So, okay. The red bushes, the mushrooms. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to start trying to remember this stuff. We'll try. Well, the buffs are kind of useful. Although I guess I really don't need them, right? Like these, doesn't that give me? No, it doesn't. Eurylos Master, oh no. I lost a random battle to Eurylos's. I will probably lose to the Eurylos Master. Chest portals favor stuff and ignore the rest. Chest portals favor stuff and ignore the rest. Uh-oh. 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 There we go. We got there. To avoid indirect damage. So that's, yeah, that's not a thing. Chests. Forbidden Unity. Okay. See, the decision making so that's something. I may just try skipping everything, basically. Like, as much as I possibly can. Trickster gives them stats when your creatures die. Ah. Gotcha. Okay, we have to corner this golem. Poor guy. About to get reamed out here. Bees, excellent. I always wanted bees. Casman here to give me the finer points of diving. Yeah, I want to try to expedite this a little bit, though, so... I think, honestly, I may just start basically trying to bum rush the... I don't need that. Bum rush the missions, and then get the hell out. I feel like I'm probably going to wind up with way more resources than I need. Because I am a one build. Oh yeah, I've got to pay. You were scolding me earlier about treasure golems, so... Shut up, Elephant Man. Yeah, the Spider-Man meme. It's you, it's you. We're just gonna keep going, keep diving. 409. Have to maybe check out Bloodwell's consumed. Okay, I see. So that's what we're after. I may just start doing that. Clear and dive. Clear and dive. I feel like I should do all the combats that I come across simply for the sake of, like... Simply for the sake of keeping my levels from dipping too far off. So chests. Stop and stop and donate for favor. Get the chests. Get the mission stuff. Dive. Fletcher Master. I should probably have looked at what, like, the Master Sigil does. Oh dear. Well, I'm about to find out, I guess. When enemy dodges, they still take damage. Whoa, that's actually really crazy. Sigils are so powerful. Honestly. Allergies space themselves out perfectly enough to where I forget how they feel when they slam into me like a truck. Yeah, Elizabeth and I have been having some... I've been having some, like, weird... inability to sort of overcome a kind of ambient feeling of sick since we've been here. Like, I say since we've been here. We've had healthier and less healthy feeling times. But overall, the feeling has been like there's been some sort of ambient kind of illness sweeping through. And we learned, like, just today that like Ken's, they swabbed Ken's, like, my grandfather's scabs at the dermatologist, and he apparently has a, like, staph infection in those scabs. We're like, is my grandfather just like a walking cesspit of, like, filth and disease? And is that why we're constantly feeling, like, low-grade sick? You know, it's like, what the hell? So we gotta go get that treated with some kind of antibiotic ointment or something, probably. Like, they'll give me a prescription for something that I'll have to pick up for him. But yeah, he's gross, and it's a constant challenge. After an enemy dodges an attack, they take damage equal to health. Yeah, well, the force dodge build is like tickles my brain. Gonfurion rules over which realm? Okay. And then there's these. These are all resources. They're not necessarily important, though. Yep. We're just gonna keep going. Donate. Things are about to get spicy. If I lose the ability to play Mahjong coherently, you can just end me. Daryl, you do realize, like up until like 2 years ago, you hadn't even played Mahjong ever. Life will go on, brother. I lose the ability to play Mahjong coherently. But I mean, I guess I understand what you're saying. I take your point. If you lose the ability to you know, do things. But, you know, Ken's not aware of that. It's a very weird situation, dude. Like, it's so weird to live with somebody with such severely progressed dementia. Oh. Did not notice this chest. Oh, trying. We're trying. Master, Fiend Master. Whoa, what? I have never seen these guys before. And they're all gone all of a sudden. Your fiends with Berserk have a 40% chance to avoid damage. That's a really high chance to avoid damage. Like, unspecified avoid all damage. So if you have like a trait that says you have Berserk, basically, like all your creatures have Berserk, then you just have Berserk and you have 40% chance to avoid damage. Which is real crazy. Those are Tartarus God Shop creatures. Oh, okay. This game is addictive. Hey, Devin. Think so? I'm cruising down, diving down realm depth. How you doing? You keep starting over? Why would you start over? You eventually get the ability to, like, just swap all your specializations. Like, you actually... I mean, do you care about spoilers, Devin? I don't want to spoil you on stuff, but you probably shouldn't be starting over. Like, you can just swap your spec at any time for no cost, I think, as well. And, like, you eventually get to unlock all the different specs. Actually, eventually you get the ability to grab perks from other specializations and mash them together with your own. I haven't even gotten to that point myself. I just happen to know. Because I popped open the Discord for 3 seconds. I mean, it was fairly obvious in hindsight. I thought for whatever reason it was going to be restricted to Royal, but I don't know why I thought that. Oni fragment. I should have looked at what that did. Not at all. I know it. Okay. Yeah, you eventually get to unlock 5 anoints, which just allows you to steal up to 5 perks from any other specialization and add them to your own. You just anoint perks from other specializations, so. There's like a Siralim builder website that I'm probably going to be messing around with in a little bit. And that's the royal spec. And there's the royal spec. Yeah, the royal spec is just like your entire spec is anoints, like your entire class is custom, versus like the regular specs. You have like all the basic perks, and then you can anoint 5 from outside. The royal spec is like you get 10 anoints, and that's your whole spec, and then later on you get like some extras, I guess, or something. Please die, Mythicant Cat. Thank you. But the grind in this game is super real, and I am looking forward to getting to a place where I can participate in it without feeling punished. Yeah. Okay, another portal. Time for another boss. Giran. Again? Wow, that was crazy. Alright, let's see what we can see. Giran's nasty, isn't he? He does create additional stats heal with 50% of your other creature stats. Okay, so we just... That's fine, we just try to kill things that aren't him. That's pretty basic. I do not think he wins this. I haven't figured out how it decides what spell stones it offers. It's different on all of my characters. Which spell stones? So like, yeah, which spell gems that you get early on? I think the spell gem spawn is completely random. Playing it like a roguelike. Alright. I mean, that's one way to do it, dude. However you're having fun. Specialization, Hell Knight. Getting these all unlocked, basically. It's just random which inscriptions you get aside from the starters, yeah. Whatever floats your goat. As Daryl says. Apparently this sort of stuff that I want to mess with doesn't even become available until floor 400, so... Is moving around in the mobile game any easier than this? For the record? Like, does it allow you to, like, automatically navigate realms or something? I haven't seen what that, bard does. Gotta get the god favor ranks and unlock the god. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is I want to wait until I'm done messing around with the Siralim planner to figure out which god favor to farm, because I'm sure that I'm gonna want, or I may end up wanting certain creatures. Need to figure out which sigil is the most valuable for me. Like, look at all the different sigils and figure out if I really want one of those. Also looking at the relics and stuff like that. If you're in a realm, just always remember to donate. Oh yeah. I have been donating. I don't know if I missed one, but I've been trying really hard to remember. No, it gives you a joystick. That sucks. Seems like that would be relatively difficult. Harpy Master? Knock it off. There we go. Okay, they're all gonna res, and then... There we go. Perfect. Harpies attack a random enemy. Yeah, that's why that fight was messy. It's because they kept triggering attacks. This is your reminder to have a sip of water or other beverage and check your posture. Thank you, Sil. I feel like I could always do better with my posture, and drinking a little bit more water always helps with things like, you know, irregular bowel movements and not fucking being dehydrated. So, much appreciated, my dude. Okay, that's That's the realm quest right there, which means that I can fucking leave if I want to. Man, I don't know what my prerogative here is. Like, am I diving in lieu of, like, finishing realms and stuff? Feels like that would honestly be more efficient at this point. I will be terribly interested to know what you do, Devin, once you, like, commit to a lineup and start building a team. Definitely, like, send me like screenshots and whatnot of what you're doing, just because, like, it'll tickle me to see it. I'm always interested to see what people do. I saw the animator specialization and it made my fucking brain light up like a Christmas tree, so I am going to stick with this, and I'm going to have the biggest animatus ever there has been. And nobody can stop me. I feel like that feather fucking respawns some monsters on the map. Okay, well there we go. We got some favor at least. Wait. So am I getting way more I feel like I'm not getting way more resources, like, on average from random resource dumps here than I used to. Like, I feel like I'm getting a similar amount of, like, brimstone and other various currencies here as I used to get, like, back on floor 1. Which means that really the resource gain only seems to ramp when you're, like, leveraging certain... Like, when you're leveraging realm instability, or you're leveraging, like, the number of realms that you've cleared without dying bonus, that sort of thing. Yeah, dude, this is like a new nemesis mob. It absolutely summons stuff. That's crazy. Does it just res monsters? I don't know. Slain the nemesis, earned the rewards. Okay, where did the feather go? Feather, where you at, bro? Okay, that should be the last feather, and then I'm out of here. Okay. Someday I will get out of my doodad addict habits. It does. Thank you for confirming that, because I would forever feel like I was somehow, like, being rused or giving into superstition. These are resources. Clams are resources. Yeah, I'd say that the, seems like the real, like, the super serious players are all up in, like, RD 1K plus. So I'm like, okay, if I want to give the game, like, a real shake, I've basically got to get there. Oh yeah, I should definitely donate. What are you? What? Monster crown. Okay, so this is one where we get to do this. We'll pop open the Siralim planner, and what are we gonna do? Monster crown. Is this one that's... Yeah, this looks like I can get it. This is a real thing that I can get. So the problem with this, right, is that this has exactly the same problem as the white, is that this is one set of traits, sorry, stats that it's going to be trying to gain, and it's going to stack that right up on top of the other I get less than 1/3 of those numbers at depth 1. Huh. Okay, so it does increase. It's just seemingly slow. 3006, huh? I thought you were like 4 plus 1,000. Or are you just messing around at 3,000 for, like, messing with a build, like, or maybe it's your fast farm build or something like that? We'll see. But yeah, that's the problem with that trait, is that it's going to do exactly the same thing that, it's going to run into exactly the same problem that other white had, where, like, keeping it on my team means that I'm going to run into the arbitrary stat gain ceiling, like per turn stat gain ceiling. Current goals will likely be done at 4,000. Okay. Yeah, thousands of depth seems like, you know, a fair chunk of playtime, no matter how you slice it. Like, I am not going that fast. And so it's just like it seems to take like an amount of time. Like, there is an absolute amount of time that it takes to clear an individual floor, even if you were just kind of cruising through them like this. So these all kind of look cool. Revenants, huh? Revenant Master. Oh boy. That was exciting. All the creatures in your party are revenants. They recover 50% health at the end of their turns. Huh. Okay, so the bushes and stuff do not matter. There's the starfish stuff doesn't matter. It's curio. Okay, and where is the portal out of here? Excuse me? Where are you at, bro? Okay. Just lost my place for a minute. There's another realm. Gambler's Hive, finally. I've been waiting to get there. Okay, we're not going to make that mistake this time. We're going to just wrap around. I will tell you, there's definitely, like, real grind fatigue happening to me already. I just kind of want to figure out a way to make it go faster. I may just, like, crank out a fucking evoker comp real quick and throw it together just to, like a turn 1, everything nuked, everything dies comp. Just to make the combats go slightly faster. I guess they're not that long, to be honest. But it feels like every little bit I could do to make things faster at the moment would go a long ways. The temptation to circumnavigate all of this grind. Just completely cheat. But I do want the real experience. I want the real experience of getting to like the hyper late floors. And so I'm not going to do any of that. Like this game is really easily mem hackable and whatnot, but I don't think I care. I think I'm just going to go ahead and play it vanilla for the time being. Probably all the way up to floor 1000, even though I'll probably be clawing my eyes out by the time I get there. So doing these realms means I get all of these different, all the different relics of all these different gods that I have not seen before. And did I hear something about there being like 150 gods or something like that? Like, I don't understand that. Because if there's, is there more than one god per realm and it just like resets at some point? No way. 31 total? Okay. Yeah, that's what I was like, what? Somebody said something about 151 gods. And I must have misunderstood. That is what I am going to say. $151 gods feels like a lot. I'm like, nah, that's not a real thing. 31 gods though, gonna get all of them. Gotta kill them all, catch them all. Chimera Master, rank 0. That is an interesting bunch of chimeras that I have not seen before. Corresponds to their fused creature's class. There's a stat that corresponds to a class. A creature deals 75% more damage and take 50% less damage from creatures that belong to their fused creature's class. Oh man. Okay. Did I already kill the... Okay, they didn't kill the Ashen. I thought they did already. I was about to say, oops. My anime just has all the buffs. If all the creatures in your party are chimeras, they take 70% belong to their fused creature class. Huh. Class is a corresponding stat. Chaos, its attack, life, health, death, defense, sorcery, and nature speed. Is that reflected in the base stats of creatures? Like, do death creatures have more defense generally, for example? Or is this just like a thematic thing that you have to know? Because I hadn't noticed. Not that I've been paying enough attention to really notice. Generally, yes, but not death creatures. Oh, great. So the type that I care about would have rused me, even had I been paying enough attention. Hmm. Alright. What fucking floor are we on? 119? Not even 120, dude. So in general, it seems like environmental doodads that are less thematic are the ones that, oh no, so like little spiders, cobwebs, things like that. Those are going to give me stuff, whereas like a stalactite is not. Things that are more heavily thematic. Also seems like things that are more colorful, like things that stand out off of the background, are more likely to give me favor. Ignored it for death. Well, bummer. That's okay. We'll figure it out. I absolutely know that. Oh, there we go. We have a reasonably rare, like 88. What is the maximum rarity on these things? It's like I've seen like people sharing Nether Orb, like rarity 400. Like that seems much better than what I've seen. Nether Orbs seem like the wackiest endgame grind. Where it's just like... Apparently you can equip some kind of like... garbage specialization, some kind of hindered specialization, and get extra chance to find Nether Orbs or something like that. So I guess you do that on the Nether Orb spree weeks. Okay, it's almost 4:45, which means I'm gonna have to go make my grandfather dinner here in a minute. And when I do that, I'm probably gonna elf rogues. These are elves? These don't look like elves. This must be an elf master. I wonder how bad things are for me. Well, my animators certainly had a lot of health at the end there. Elves share 5% of their stats with each other. Gotcha. I go to make my grandfather dinner. I'm gonna have to pause. Like I'll probably have to put up a pretty substantial BRB screen, and it will be a few minutes before I come back. Then I will continue the fucking atrocious grind, I suppose. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I wonder how many beasts I have revealed now. This is kind of how I'm gauging this. 776. We are over half. We are over halfway revealed. Finally. And that is less to do with like how many things are actually unlocked that I can find, and more to do with like the fact that I haven't spent the maximum amount of time in each different biome. I have been rotating through the biomes pretty regularly though. Okay, so I've got to go give Arachnid, the Arachnid God, some cash. Oh no. Buffs from Icar, nice. So we can teleport to a new realm here. Okay, I want to do this, but I gotta go do dinner first. So unfortunately, you guys are gonna have to wait a little while. I will be back. I'm not even gonna close the stream down. I'm just gonna put up a BRB screen. If you are watching the VOD, feel free to skip ahead to wherever this BRB screen comes down. So thanks, Sil. You, it's not gonna be dinner for me, so I'll be back much quicker than that. It's not like I'm gonna go and sit down and eat. I'm just gonna go and throw something in the mic for my grandfather, help him to dinner, and then, you know, check in, make sure he's okay, and then come back. I should be, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. All right, be back soon, guys. Alright, that was way faster than I thought. And because all my grandfather really wanted was a fruit cup. Oh, hey, it's another waifu. She's kind of ambiguously busty. Muse, the goddess of creation. Your reputation precedes you in a positive light. Okay. Muse seems cool. She seems chill so far. We'll get a little bit of favor with the Muse, and we will start going. I think I'll probably, like, grind by biome for a while. Actually, I guess one of the more effective ways to do this, right, would be to go... be to dive straight down to, like, whatever floor unlocks all the monsters for all the different families. And then to put together some kind of shell for what a good team looks like on the Siralim planner, and then to go and hunt down those monsters specifically. Self-analysis. Sorcery. Yeah, right. I'll totally remember that ever. So I guess we're crawling into paintings here. Dragon snaps, nice. The decorations minigame is awesome. Ifrit Master. The burning stuff does seem really powerful. It's crazy. We've got another runaway doodad. We got the Power Rangers here. What are these? Masochists? Oh, okay. Okay. What are you guys? Okay, so this is a bunch of adjacency stuff. This trait does not work with creatures that also have this trait. Fair. %60 is quite a lot. That seems really powerful, actually. Maybe not really powerful, maybe fairly powerful is a better way to say it. Powerful when combined with, like, multicast stuff, I guess. I'm kind of tired of feeling like I'm in the kiddie pool of this game. Like, the game does a really good job of making you feel like you're in the small child's playpen for a long time. Like, you kill Caliban and you feel like you're getting out of this tutorial. And then now I've been doing nothing but diving for like the past 4 or 5 hours straight of gameplay. And I'm like still feeling like the game has not really let loose. Like, I don't have the endgame mechanics unlocked and stuff. It's like, what the fuck? Okay, so there's another portal down there. Dang, it ran away. Better catch it, huh? What if I don't want to? What then? Oh no, there's a whole remaining floor. It's a whole bunch of shit. Aha! $300 favor. Okay, so it's just the, Casius Maximus. Just grabbed this game a few days ago. It looks like it has potential. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, no problem. That is, like, gotta be the first time that anybody has actually just, like, expressed gratitude as, like, an opener. And I want to say I really appreciate that. Like, it's definitely a weird and unique experience to just fucking turn the camera on and play a game, like, versus just playing a game by yourself. And I don't know, I feel like I do it because as a human being I'm kind of given to this sort of soliloquy experience, and whenever I watch streamers I like to listen to people narrating their thoughts about what's going on as they're playing. But this game has been putting me through my paces in terms of, like, dang fam, it gets grindy. I don't know how long you've been tuned in, but that has been the last probably half hour of my experience has been kind of lamenting that it's getting a little on the excessively grindy side. Actually, you know what? Like, here's the thing: is I could go on about like not enjoying the grind, but the thing is that this is actually the game. Like, the game is not putting me out of my way. The reason why I am experiencing the grind as a grind, because that's like what it is, right? If a game is grindy, but that's the core gameplay loop, you don't notice, you don't care, because you are engaged with the primary mode of activity in the game, and you're not noticing the fact that, like, the point of the game is to get you to play more of the game. Like, nobody cares about that when they're engaged with the game and is intrinsically rewarding, and the terminal goal is happening to you as you're playing the game. But in this situation, the reason why I am experiencing the grind personally is because there are still mechanics. I'm like floor 120 now, and there are still fucking mechanics that are very relevant to the team building aspects of the game that are not unlocked. And I've peered into the Discord at this point because I feel like once you're broken out of the mainline quests and I killed Caliban. He feels like the end of a tutorial though. Hopefully you're not going to get crushed by spoilers. I'm sorry if if I'm like spoiling the crap out of stuff for you, but like I've I know through adjacency that some of the mechanics that I'm looking the most forward to are actually not going to be unlocked until like floor 400, which is which is crazy. Story is the least important thing in this game. Oh, for sure. Story is not just the least important thing in this game. I would say it is one of the worst parts of the game. This game is like embraces that sort of player-loathing, sardonic irony. Your creatures only take damage from one class at a time. At the start of this creature's turn, the class changes. Uh-oh. Well, that might be a problem, to be honest. Okay, so it's nature. And sorcery. So it's gonna be a minute. There's the death. Uh-oh. And I didn't do enough damage on the death turn. Uh-oh. Wait. Problem with this is that these guys are actually gonna outscale me. Uh-oh. That is an actual problem. We might die to this. So this guy can't cast Chain Lightning. Does Chain Lightning still do nature damage? I had not bothered to check. I'm like tier 8 at the moment. Started with Cleric, quickly switched to Hell Knight. By tier 8, are we talking like... Seems like damage is the way to go. At least through my new blends. Nah, says Derzok. It has to come from X-class creature. Okay, so... Basically, unless I see them roulette into one of the types that I can actually... Like, one of the types that's actually present on my team. Okay, so here we go. So, like, you're saying this Chain Lightning will just do nothing. Yeah. Okay, so... That's tough, man. Basically, yeah, let's Chain Lightning. Does nothing because... Let me see. Where are their stats at? Oh, boy. Yeah, this is going to be hilarious. Who has the least health? It's actually that guy. So we are basically like... Oops. Hold on, guys. Sorry. That was an alarm going off. Because it's 5 and I gotta go get my grandfather meds. Anyway. Yeah, this is potentially not great. There are a set of morph spells that help with Chroma. This is a very unlucky party, by the way. We'll see. I think probably I lose this. Like, de facto. Yeah, I can't kill that guy either because... And so I'm guessing if I Rabid Dementia the... the Animatus and he attacks, like the Animatus attacks, that still counts as being sourced from a death guy, even if the spell that's being cast comes from a magic creature. Not good. Pretty sure that's the case. Yeah, I think this combat is not winnable for me in that case. Probably. Let's see though. Let's go ahead and cast Ravid Dimension, see if... No, nothing. I'm pretty sure if it sourced it as being him, that would have worked. There's no way. Give me the death roulette. Oh no, it's totally randomized too. This guy could totally cast something. He's so wimpy though, there's no way he does any damage. Oh no, this is not good. Yeah, screwed. Very screwed. Dispel or arbitration spell to deal with debuffs / buffs. I haven't been playing very manually, to be honest. I've mostly had a macro setup that deals with pretty much 99% of what comes at me. But yeah, there's no way I can do this. I basically set up the bare minimum. What I did was I set up the bare minimum to make my combo go off. And I've been letting that carry me as far as it will. And I actually haven't had a problem with any nether bosses yet. This is the first nether boss that's going to ruin my day. Greater Dispel might be worth just having one of, though. Let me see. They're not stacking up defense, but the problem is that this guy's gonna dodge, and he's got shell. So I really can't hope to win this. Yeah, there's the death. Too late, basically. That's okay. Forfeit will run away and send me back to the realm, I'm guessing. So here, for example, I think all of them have shell, right? That's the green buff. Yeah, all of them have shell, so I can't do something that has only, well, I mean, I could Chain Lightning. The amount of buffs these enemies have. Actually, that's not all that many. We've seen enemy lineups with more buffs than that and had more buffs ourselves. I'm gonna have to. I'm actually gonna have to step away from my PC for a minute here. Yeah. Let's see. Did that negate the? My curiosity there is, did that negate the the damage, or did it negate the barrier shell? Next. Okay, so it negates the spell. It doesn't negate the damage? That's weird. Alright, yes. I have got to go and give my grandfather his meds. I'm just going to be a second. I will actually go ahead and forfeit this combat. I don't believe that I'm going to win this, but I will go ahead and pick up a couple things that I can throw on macros, like Greater Dispel and whichever other spell helps me to deal with the type thing there. But I will do that in a minute. I've got to come back after going and doing meds. So, sorry guys, I'll be another 5 or 10 minutes. Be right back. There we go. Oh, never mind. Sometimes it's impossible to censor the viewer number from my periphery, so what always amazes me is I come back from a chair stream moment where I've just been gone for like 10 minutes, and I notice every single time that happens, I come back and there are more viewers. I'm not focused on the number. I don't care. I would be doing this if there were 0. But like, it's really funny to come back and just reliably have there be more people like having watched the empty chair than people who were here while I was talking. I show up and the viewer count drops every time. Like, it's like, it reminds me of that one episode of SpongeBob where like, and I hate SpongeBob by the way, but I used to watch it all the time because my brother loves it. So before school, he would have it on. And I didn't care what was on. So there's an episode where they're running like a talent show, and Squidward like comes out onto the stage, and everybody's like silent. And then SpongeBob comes out, and everybody's like cheering. And I feel like that, except the chair is SpongeBob, and I am Squidward, and I show up, and everybody drops off, and then like I push the chair back into the camera, and everybody starts cheering. Yes, okay, bye. I was here for the empty chair. I know it. I know everybody is here for the empty chair. My fortune has been reduced to 0. Okay. There were a couple of things that I could do to help with this. Somebody had mentioned greater dispel. We're gonna have to figure out exactly... This is mass dispel. All the creatures in the battlefield lose their buffs and debuffs. No. I don't want my creatures to lose their buffs. Let's see. Target's buffs and debuffs are removed. Greater dispel. Your creature's debuffs and enemies' buffs are removed. Okay, yeah. So we just craft one of those. And I mean that's obviously something every lineup should have, and your macros should probably check for stuff like that. So I can actually enchant that. Greater dispel. Oh no, I should probably clean this up at some point, huh? Where's my greater dispel? Where did it go? There it is. More charges is not going to matter very much with 4 charges. Honestly... Generous is one way to do this, right? You just give this to everybody. And then put it on my animators, and then right into my support character's macros. But I mean, I'd have to also class swap it. Oh, I can't class swap it? Oh, okay, okay. I haven't upgraded it, because I'm fucking brain genius. Please sort by class here so that I can... Anyway, let's see. Greater dispel. Fascinating. Cast twice does not help. Chance to cast after attacking would be really funny. Chance to cast after defending. This, so the generous must copy the, it's gotta copy the chance to cast, right? Like that has to be a thing. So I feel like chance to cast after healing is the one that probably causes it to happen most often, because mending is a thing on my team right now. But I think probably in general, chance to cast after defending would make it proc on my supports that are defending a lot of the time. Chance to cast after attacking makes it happen most often with my animatus. So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and put it on my animatus. And that will give everybody else a couple of dispels to spend every combat. And if I go to macros and I edit reverse polarity on that creature, what's reverse polarity do again? What is happening here? It's this guy, right? That's you. Targets debuffs are converted to random buffs. Oh, okay. That's nice. So yeah, I mean, I can set up. I can add that. Was there a does this creature have a macro? Does not have a macro set to it. Macro 6. Doesn't have any lines. Well, we'll have to fix that. So if any enemy has most buffs, has X buffs, is there like has greater than X buffs? So if any enemy has greater than 4 buffs, cast oh no. This is so long. Greater dispel. Oh god, how do I... Oh, there we go. Greater dispel. And now I can add another check, and I can just say if any enemy... sorry, if enemy all. If all enemies have greater than 0 buffs, cast greater dispel. Oh dear. Welcome to the game, guys. Greater dispel. Okay, so if either of these conditions are met, we're gonna... First we check for a guy with lots of buffs, then we check for a guy with... Like, check to see if everybody has a buff. And, okay. And then we can add a line here that says, like, if this creature has greater than 0% health, defend. Or 0% health. Yeah, there we go. Cool, yeah, and that works. That will work for that creature. I wish I could copy a line from one macro to another. You know? Like, if there's one thing wrong with this system, because this is a great system. Like, this is really, it's really wonderful that this exists in the game. It's just a little clunky. By a little, I mean quite a bit in many ways. Okay, so... I wonder if that will. I wonder if that's good enough. I could probably also have the animatus do that. Any ally has, yeah. Antidote's probably not the thing that I need there anymore. So we just do this again. If any enemy has greater than X. If any enemy has greater than 4 buffs, I should probably do 3. If any enemy has greater than 4 buffs, cast, greet, or dispel. This is... We're gonna get good at this. Or if all enemies... Oh, I can't actually. I have to... Like, you can't page down on here, which is really bad. Has greater than 0 buffs. Cast greater dispel. There we go. So that's, we got two people doing that now. And that might help. Yeah. He was also pointing out, Durox was also pointing out what has been going on. Hey, Limitless. Or at least that's what I'm going to call you, because Limit is harder to say and probably makes less sense to everybody, including you. What has been going on is that I just lost my first nether boss fight. I've been punking nether bosses this entire time and have been basically avoiding like engaging with the building aspects for a little while as I dive like holy hell and try to unlock all the later game systems and mechanics that become available. Oh yeah. So I could set up one of each morph spell. Oh boy. Could definitely do that. So I lost my first nether boss battle that I lost was to oh, what is his face? Somebody named him earlier. It's one of the nether bosses that basically says you're not allowed to deal damage to me unless you're a certain type of creature, like a certain creature class. Only certain classes can deal damage at a time. And so, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I put generous on every single one of those, this is really silly. I think, like doing it this way. I think this is super duper overkill. But I guess like I could change each of these to death type and then put it on and give each of them generous. Oh, that feels really bad. I don't know if I want to do that. Oh, that's gross. I have enough. I have enough opals and stuff. I'd have to upgrade them all to contain 2 properties, and then I'd have to enchant them all with both. I have enough jades. I have 15 jades and I have 12 opals. I could do that. It feels super bad to do that as like a an answer to a small boss fight, basically. But I guess we do it because I really don't want to spend all day. Oops. Alright. Guess we do it. So, we're just going to put all of these on my Animatus. Class Swap Death. Class Swap Death. Class Swap Death. Class Swap Death. Ooh, there we go. This is just so ugly. This is such an ugly solution to the problem. And then we're just going to put Generous on every single one of these. And now my whole team is going to have access to this. And I will, I guess, activate those things manually if I feel like... and I have 5 slots. Oh, whoops. Ting, 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 ting. There we go. Man, the fact that those went on backwards makes me angry. Like, they're all, Oh, wait. Yeah, oh, no, it didn't. It's just that I didn't have to swap that one. Right. I'm dumb and inattentive. Alright. Okay, well, I guess we'll go here and we'll try that again. So, yeah, this is the Animatus Slaughter Elemental team. Basically, my Animatus kills all the guys. Animatus kills all of his allies, thusly killing the enemy team if fortune smiles on me, basically. And thereby pumping his own attributes, his own stats quite a lot. Also lowering the stats of the enemies quite a lot as well. Should probably just go to the nether gate and try fighting the nether boss again. Like, I can probably skip all this shit. Since we just want to be diving, I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. Oh, I probably should get the chest, though. There's no real reason not to. Alright. Okay, yeah, see, now it's chaos, right? So, first things first, I'm actually going to macro to kill all my guys, because... even though that's going to negate all the damage from the speed stuff, that's not that important. At the moment, what I can do is this guy can cast Morph Life. And then... this guy will... Desecrate. Who has the least health, I guess? Wait, what? Okay, I gotta pay attention. I cannot just, Okay, so that was Chroma going, which means that right now we want to change all of our guys into sorcery. Okay, boom, everybody's sorcery. Now this person wants to... That got rid of all of the shell and stuff. And now this person wants to Rabid Dementia. Boom, that should Be quite a bit of damage that we want. So we're gonna the Elder Ent goes, the Slaughter Elemental goes. Okay. So we'll just go Chain Lightning here, I guess. Cast. Okay, now this guy's going to do the thing where we match his type. So we're going to cast Chaos. We're going to cast... We're going to cast Greater Dispel. We're going to cast Rapid Dementia. I'm going to cast Chain Lightning. No, we can't. Guess this guy can defend. Desecrate probably. No, it's not. It wasn't better. I should have attacked. His life is life resistant to death. Okay, so now they're life type. Inspect, not inspect. We want to cast Morph Life. Oh no, I can't because that's so much fun. Oh, that's right. I didn't cast Greater Dispel. I may actually have to do this fight over again. That would suck. All right. Let's just attack this guy and see if we can get a kill going on here. Not yet, huh? So this time we'll go Greater Dispel into Morph Sorcery. Morph Sorcery. Then this guy casts Rapid Dementia here. There's the corpse explosion. So now we're at life again. Nobody's life, so he can't do anything. He also can't do anything. Morph Life. Greater Dispel. So close. Morph Nature. Cast Greater Dispel. Oh no. There, that worked. Alright, well that was a pain in the butt. No big deal. Okay, I feel like it might be worth it to run around in this realm and get favor for the muse, because I spawned one of those 300 favor brooms. I don't know if those always spawn. They probably always do, honestly. Just chase it around the realm every single time. So anyway, this feels okay. Did not really change anything, but I'm definitely less susceptible to big buff teams. The Greater Dispel macro stuff working out pretty well. I wonder though if I'm gonna get locked into a position where my allies that have Greater Dispel are always going to cast Greater Dispel in situations where enemy groups have like permanent buffs. Where it's like enemy always has, like all enemies have burning all the time or whatever. Not burning is a debuff, but you know what I mean. Like there are traits that basically give savage to an entire group permanently. And I'm wondering if I'm gonna run into situations where my support characters are just going to be greater dispelling for no reason. Probably. It's definitely like an unintelligent check, so. It's probably honestly best to check if, like, all enemies have greater than 2 buffs, or one enemy has greater than 6 buffs, is probably just about where I want to start spamming Greater Dispel. But I don't know, honestly. Donate to the goddess. I definitely don't like puzzle bosses like that. They're like, solve for X. Like, but I didn't want to. Oh well, though. Honestly, I mean, I guess if my team had been tough enough, we probably could have just randomed. Unfortunately, the way that is set up, like the enemy team slowly increases their own stats, and they're never gonna stop doing that. And eventually, the sudden death mechanic kind of kicks in for the combats, and so you really do you are kind of on a clock for stuff like that. That is an ear, huh? What is attached to that ear? Is it like the eardrum and the inside of the ear? Oh, there's the broom. Okay. Tell me I deserve treasure, I like it. There we go. Where did you go, sentient broom? $300 favor. Not bad. Kind of want to know... Hey, Goblet of Trials is full. That's nice. Bunch of piety and stuff. Wait, what? Animator, there we go. That was easy. Just a couple. I don't know what else is unlocked by favor, and I'm kind of curious. Part of me is wondering whether it is more efficient to get several relics to tier 1 first, or to or tier 10, I guess, or to try to get one relic to its maximum tier first. Sort of trying to figure out what order I want to approach that in, like the order of operations for that endeavor. That's a cool looking cherub. Nisha or whatever cherub there. This creature provokes, its barrier shatters, dealing damage to enemies equal to 50% of its potency. And healing your creatures for the same amount. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. It's workable as a win condition as well. These cherubs are mostly creepy. You go by the name cherub, but you're mostly super creepy. Oh, I'm gonna take my headset off for a minute. I'm just a little bit stuffy in here. Wait, are my characters level 319 now? Is that real? You look away for a split second. Your characters gain like 100 levels. Yep, 319. What the heck? Wonder what level enemies are now, though. 657. Okay, so they are more than double my level at this point. I wonder what sort of difference that makes to stats. The stars are more rewarding. Okay. Did I donate to Seraphil at the beginning of the level? I don't remember if I did. Try to get to like 150 and then see if I can do some theory crafting. I have like a solid hour before I gotta go. I don't know if I can do like 25 floors an hour though. Probably not, especially if the nether bosses and master battles start getting really annoying like that. I should probably spend some time kicking around the Siralim Planner, looking at spells as well. Does the Siralim Planner have a good compendium for spells, I wonder, or is that just for browsing traits and stuff? Because I didn't notice a place where it was like, it didn't look like you were, like it had a tool for building in spell gems and that sort of thing. So I imagine that sort of thing is either a different third-party service or doesn't exist. But I wonder if there's a better place than integrated for browsing spells and whatnot. After enemies afflicted with debuff, they lose attack and int. This looks like the Angel Master. There we go. Yep, Angel Mastery 1. Your angel's attacks apply all the debuffs that your other angel's innate traits apply as well. Wow. Seems good. Yeah, the sigils, the race sigils look really, really good. Yeah, I've said that before, but I'm pretty damn excited to peruse them as a whole and see if there's something worth. It seems like it does seem like it's a fair bit of investment to be able to run a sigil, because a lot of the time it says like if all of your creatures are X, I don't think that one did. Maybe it did. They might all be if all of your creatures are X, and in that case, it's just really, it's quite a heavy buy-in, but they are really powerful, so... Oh no, these bones are alive. I'm gonna have to start figuring out, like, how long I am taking on average per floor to figure out exactly how long, like, how long am I gonna have to stream to get down to floor 450 or whatever? I believe it's 450 that people have been telling me, like, this is where the Gate of the Gods is. I can probably take off now. Although, did I donate? There we go. Got a project to turn in. Hell Knight. Ooh. Hey, it's the bro mage here. Bro god. What a Chad. Yeah, this is one of those realms where I have a really hard time telling what is a productive doodad to run over and what isn't. Oh wow. I almost killed all of my creatures other than my animatus on turn 1. When they do that, usually they just trigger their own death because of the resurrection speed damage, but it's still kind of spooky when it happens. Yes, there is a chest over there. Whoosh. That was it? I turned the fire on? That's all that happened. Shadow Master. Oh yeah, this fear stuff is kind of obnoxious for my team. But my animatives cannot be afflicted with fear, even in master battles apparently. If all of your creatures in your party are shadows, enemies with fear take 50% more damage and deal 50% less damage. That's pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that things that multiply and reduce damage, and you just have a ton of them, probably take precedence, like, greatest to least. So all those multiplicative values are going to happen in accordance with, like, the largest values are going to take place and then the lower values. Multiplicative property, that technically doesn't matter, but I would expect it to work that way just in case of shenanigans. These guys still seem insane to me. Scheming wisps, huh? Temper Skull Shadow. It's gotta be my second favorite god, maybe. I mean, I don't know. It's a really hard toss-up between, like, Tenebris, Tauren, Erebus is pretty cool. Find it's better to have one creature for each spell class or to focus on 2 or 3 spell classes instead. I'm pretty green to the game, so not the best person to ask, but there seem to be pretty major advantages to both both approaches. This is not just me not answering your question, but I kind of want to go over, like, if I'm going to answer that question, the answer has to be like somewhat nuanced, because there seem to be some rainbow abilities and traits where it's like, if you have a creature of each class on your team, do something crazy. So there is some rainbow tech in here, which is to say that if you have one creature of each class, there are spells that do have really powerful effects. And early on, it feels like if you're too heavily class invested, like if you've only got one element on your team, you will definitely, there will be certain utility spells that you'll probably find early on that you will want, that you will not be able to run. But later on, it seems like you get plenty of the enchantment materials for spell gems, which means that you can basically manipulate spell gems to put them in whatever pool you want. And there also seems to be quite a lot of support for mono class teams. I think probably the answer is that you either want to go mono class or rainbow. So like either you want to have mostly all one class type, because there are big bonuses and benefits for that littered throughout the mechanics so far, or you want to have like a rainbow. You want to have one of each class. But I can't be sure about that, and I don't want to sound too confident. Rainbow style is called Power Ranger. I mean, it's called Power Ranger here. Spellweaver is built around being a rainbow team. There you go. So there's even a specialization for it that's not available at the start of the game. You unlock certain specializations later on, like through projects. Your creatures deal spells that don't belong to their class. This trait does not stack. See, stuff like that. That's a nice trait for I mean, you can put that on a guy and then use the relic that says he can be equipped with any type of gem, and then put a bunch of gems on that guy that then do 75% extra damage. You know, there's a bunch of shit like that. So in terms of like, do I find it best to be one or the other? Like, do I find it best to have a mix? It's like early game, it seems like it would be at least somewhat prudent to not narrow yourself to a monochrome arrangement. And that is, I guess, like, speaking as a fairly new player myself, that is the advice I would give to somebody who's not as far in the game as I am yet, is like, probably keep a couple of different classes of creature on your team at any given time for your first run through. But later on, you're gonna have, your options are gonna open up. You're gonna get basically an open runway on that decision later on. Most builds in my experience are best off going for one class. Yeah, see, that's I kind of anticipate that, to be honest. Because there do seem to be a lot of mechanics that bias you to, that give you some kind of benefit for having a mono class team. I'm curious, Cosmin and Kazius. There's two Kazes who seem to know the game pretty well in my chat right now. I'm curious, you guys, if you know, are there any mechanics that are like, give you a benefit for having like neither rainbow nor monochrome? that give you a benefit for like doing an even split or something like that. So that would be my curiosity, honestly. I haven't seen any interesting satyrs in a while. Volp's Master. Volps seem pretty powerful. So. If all the Volps creatures in your party are... Sorry, if all the creatures in your party are Volps, their innate traits now affect the first 5 non-ethereal spell gems they have equipped. That's crazy. I feel like Volps are just really good. Like a Volps Evoker build would be a lot of fun to just splash into at some point. If I fuck with something, it may just be that. We'll see. I could be distracted by, you know, all day by builds in this game. I could probably spend just a ridiculous amount of time in the lab. No, though you can make a build around going for hybrids as the theme. And in one case, it's not too bad, actually. Demonologist, half the chaos, half aim for attacks, and sorcery half for casting damage stuff. Hey, this isn't Dungeon of the Endless. I know, right? Well, unfortunately, nobody seems to be purchasing the Malcolm and Wes duo stream Dungeon of the Endless multiplayer fiesta yet. Although I have pitched it. So until we get a whole boatload of ticket sales, I think we're shit out of luck on that one. That game blows. Do not spend money on it. I actually definitely, like, watching you play through that, it was like, man, this is a great example of like a game that on like superficially looks really good and fun and is cozy, like aesthetically cozy to be in, and that's, you know, like, honestly, most people don't care as much as I do about a game feeling fair. And so I don't know if it's like a universal thumbs down, can't recommend, because it kind of looks like it might be sort of a chill game if you're not taking it very seriously, but if you're taking it seriously, and it's impossible for me to ever not take something seriously, I guess, you will find the game is just very unfair. Like, it just doesn't care a whole lot about being fair, so. But I mean, I play games for lots of different reasons in lots of different, like, modes, right? Decided that it's annoyingly bad to the extent that I am tempted to dump on it in a Steam review. I think you should. I find those kind of Steam reviews really telling. Like, when I'm going to buy a game, if I see a Steam review that's like, I hated it because I came to it for these reasons and it failed me miserably in these ways, that's like always super helpful for me when I'm going to make those decisions. Like, proper caveats, you know, that game broadcasts, let's be fucking fair, right? That game telegraphs itself as a game that cares a lot about your ability to like evaluate a situation strategically. And then it withholds a bunch of information and is super opaque about all of its mechanics in ways that mean that those mechanics are going to jump you regularly. And so a lot of like how good you are as a player is how much punishment you're willing to endure to get to the point where you have a rote library of information that you've built up over the course of many failed runs, or runs that were much harder than they had to be because you made decisions in the absence of information that justifiably you probably should have wanted to have. Like, very relevant information that's just withheld from you. Completely lying to the player about what it is. That's kind of, yeah. I think, I don't know. I think there's definitely, to be totally fair, I pretty much agree with your assessment. But I also think it's fair to caveat and say that, like, a lot of people treat roguelites And that's, I don't know if that's technically a roguelite game because it doesn't feel like you have meta progression in a sense that matters. It feels like it opens modes, and opening modes, is that really like meta progression in terms of power, you know? But you also get to unlock like characters that you could start with, so I guess being able to set yourself up in a run that is like more catered to the characters that you have set up and that sort of thing, you probably do get some kind of like power to make the runs easier by the end of the game. So I guess roguelite. But there's definitely a class of game and a class of gamer, or at least who have a approach a game and they're like not really there to like secure consistent wins through like robust strategy. What they're there for is kind of to plow through the game and throw however many runs and hours at it that they need to in order to extract like an exploratory high out of the game. And a lot of roguelite, I'm not saying that that's something that I endorse, and that's definitely not how it's definitely not how I play games. But I'm not the fun police. I guess I'm not going to tell people that's wrong, and I guess the more important point here is that a lot of game devs are aware of that, and so a lot of game devs make their games with that in mind, and Dungeon of the Endless strikes me as one of those games that the game devs might have been very aware and absolutely like designing for the sort of player who's just there for kind of an exploratory experience. Only marginally, really. The characters don't feel like huge power boosts. In fact, if I had to guess, the best combo is available right at the start. I mean, the Samus Eren, what was her name? It was so obviously Samus to me. I was watching and I'm like, but that's just Samus. The name is just Samus. It was like a really obvious anagram or something. It was like Amos Saran or something. Anyway, yeah. The chick that runs the gems like right away. If you lost one of those battles right now and your main creature dies, are you forced to start over? No. Nope. That is not that is not how it works. You are sent back to Siralim, and your reward streak is removed. And like the reward streak is relatively can get relatively powerful, I guess. This is like one of the grindier experiences I've opted into lately. I really do enjoy the crazy labyrinthine team building shenanigans that exist in a game like this, but the way that this game's progression is structured makes me sad in the pants. I'm like, I want to get to the point where it's just super sandboxy and I'm playing with everything, but I also want to get the experience of having gone through the progression, and I'm like, fuck man, that means getting to like floor 1000 or some shit. I'm like, if I can't find a way to make it faster, I don't know if I'm gonna make it there. Because right now it's taking way too long. Okay. Did I... Oh no, I don't think I paid for Venedon favor, did I? Dun dun dun, here we go. Okay, and we will teleport to a new realm. Oh good, we're almost to the nether. This is the nether portal realm, so we get to see if we die to this nether boss. I will do this this mini boss, and then I'll go do the nether portal boss just so that I can get it out of the way if I'm gonna die. But yeah, generally speaking, the reason that I think that the reason that I feel a little bit more comfortable than like fun policing in situations like Dungeon of the Endless is because I don't think that you seem to have interrupted Flubrus in the middle of an extremely entertaining juggling act involving his eyeballs. Uh-oh. That sounds lewd. Okay, what does this guy do? Real quick, and then I will get back to my thought. At the start of this creature's turn, it transforms into a different type of slime. Each type of slime is immune to damage from attacks, spells, or both. Wow, that sucks. It doesn't seem like the sort of thing where... Oh boy, what in the... was that? Seriously? I think I may die here. Yep. I'm really curious about what was going on there. I should probably have looked at more than one trait. Well, let's try again, I guess. Try again, don't give up. Anyway, Dungeon of the Endless, the reason I'm, like, more comfortable fun policing with something like that is because I feel like as a developer, you can actually achieve both. People say it like, you will ruin the exploratory high if you're transparent with the player. Like a game that shows you everything up front, or allows you to make decisions with fully transparent information, is somehow like less exciting than a game where you're forced to make decisions in the dark. And I just I have to say, I don't really think so. I think that a game like Rift Wizard does a really good job demonstrating why that's not necessarily true. If you create a decision, what the heck? Okay, it must be those imps. The imps must be what is Sanctum Umbra. Is that Perdition? Hey, there we go. A game like Rift Wizard, you know, creates this possibility space in which you can fail an evaluation check as a player, and you had all the information. It's like, it's just enough information that you feel like you weren't cheated, and that you actually like missed something. You missed something relevant, and it was a problem. I feel like that's the way to set that up. You want the player to miss things, but you don't want it to be, you don't need unfairness. You don't need to leverage unfairness in order to make that happen. I think the real problem is actual information overload. Discovery is also an exciting thing. But discovery is also an exciting thing. I want to say that UX is really hard. I was saying this like all day in Malcolm's stream the other day, where he was streaming on Dungeon of the Endless, and it's like, UI design is so fucking hard, and one of the things that I really want to get super good at is exploring different ways of presenting information to the player such that you can reduce the mental overhead of having to present a lot of information. Because like universally, so I want to dev games, it's no secret. But as I'm closing in on like a skill set that might allow me to do that, some of the things that I'm really starting to think about hard is like, universally, the sort of game that I would want to make is going to have a lot of information. Like it's going to be one of those games like Siralim or Path of Exile, where you could very well say that like a manual or an encyclopedia is like justified. I'm going to want to put together something like that. And so the question as a designer, I guess, at that point, and one of the things I think that like, I think people just don't give it enough thought, is like, how can you present on every level? Because there's like super high organizational levels of presenting and managing information, and then there's like little helpful things, like understanding how human beings parse visual information is one of them. Like, I actually think the 2D player avatar world is a fantastic way to hack the temporospatial model of, like, humans modeling organizational information. So they're like, if you give a person an avatar in a 2D player avatar world and they just like move around a space, they can map that space like on a very, they can leverage sort of mental modeling tools that have already built up just by being a human and existing in reality to like chunk up the space. Like, I use the example of Pokemon, and it's like you know where the Poke Center is. Like, you can find the Poke Center in any town if you get dropped in like a random town in Pokemon, because you'll wander around, you'll see the sign above the building, you'll see the building, and then when you go into the Poke Center, you know, like, it's very easy to remember, okay, that's Nurse Joy. I talked to her to heal my Pokemon. Like, I go up to the counter. That's where I access my my overall storage of Pokemon or whatever. And these things can be done well in a 2D player avatar world. They can also be done really poorly. And I think one of the things that gets overemphasized is like, people think that what a 2D player avatar world is about is immersion, and I think it's an interface device, and like primarily first and foremost, I think it's an interface device. It's one way to implement an interface, and it can be done better or worse with that regards. But if with regards to that, but if people think that it's about immersion, and it can be about immersion, I'm not saying immersion can't be like an extra thing that it adds, and that's nice, but first and foremost, it is a way to organize information for the player. And if it doesn't do its job well by like helping you to memorize where certain, because what's the alternative to like a 2D player avatar world, right? It's like a whole series of submenus. A lot of games like Darkest Dungeon and Slay the Spire abandon the 2D player avatar world completely in favor of like a sort of diagrammatic interface where they have like pulsating icons and stuff like that that you click on. So the 2D player avatar world, it's one of my favorite shortcuts to being able to organize information to the player, because the player maps things spatially relative to where their avatar is moving around in. Well, yeah, but Darkest Dungeon, I was talking about like 2D player avatar worlds and how they are really an interface implementation, and they're not so much, because people think it's all about immersion, and really it's just one way to do an interface. And I think it hacks your spatiotemporal mapping abilities as a human being to make it, like, I think a 2D player avatar world is a really good way to organize information, but people use it very poorly, because what they think it's about is like creating a world and creating immersion, but it's really like organizing a submenu in such a way as that the player feels like they're moving around inside of the menu instead of, you know, dealing with the abstraction of a menu. And games are trying to break this mold, because it used to be like a lot of the gold standard for games like this was the like top-down Pokemon, Final Fantasy, stuff like that, like massive genre trope stuff. And then what's happening now is like Slay the Spire and Darkest Dungeon and all of these sorts of games are coming out where what they're doing is they're shifting sort of to a diagrammatic interface type of thing, because people do 2D player avatar worlds so badly. Like, people do 2D and 3D player avatar worlds are even worse in my opinion, because there's so much more room for confusion when you add the z-axis. It's like it becomes actually as hard to map a space as it is in real life, but you've got the abstraction of the interface that you're dealing with, like trying to move your character around and stuff. Whereas a 2D player avatar world is like reading a map, but like you put yourself in the shoes of your character and you end up mapping things to like relative to where you are, relative to where they are. And I think how people get this wrong is that they put a whole bunch of distance between places and they say, well, it's all about immersion. And it's like, no, it's totally just a way of organizing information to the player so that the player can access that information better and more quickly, and chunk it up easier, and parse information better, and remember where the fuck the option is that they want. Like, I need to go to get my party healed, or whatever thing that they're trying to do. And so they walk over to the cleric, or whatever, right? Like, that's one way of, like, a player parsing and organizing information in their head. And, because we were talking about Dungeon of the Endless, and Dungeon of the Endless is, you know, I was talking about the UI and the UX for Dungeon of the Endless. I was like, it's really, really hard to get these things right. And I think one of the places where people fail most miserably is in the treatment of the information, and it's become an obsession of mine lately. Okay, so I just have random. I wish that I knew what this guy was doing. I guess I'm gonna pause in between each turn. I don't know, man. I don't see how they could have missed some of the problems I found in that first 20 minutes of gameplay. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just got off on a tangent talking about, like, user interfaces, because user interfaces are such a fucking nightmare. That game literally was designed wrong on, like, a fundamental level with its relationship to its goals, I think. How did my guys all just straight up die? It's 20% chance to afflict it with confused. So confused as to how my guys did not come back there. I should definitely have Rapid Dementia on my primary guy, for sure. This may just be a problem. I'm confused. Okay, wait a second. What happened to this guy too? What does he get? Okay, yeah, I have no idea. Oh, that's right. I can't like attack. I can't target attack. So that worked that time. I don't know what happened last time. Seemed like that was super easy. I'm definitely gonna have to make sure that my other creatures are pulling their own weight at some point. It's mostly my Animatus is like, it's kind of a pass to Shack lineup at the moment. Review is going to be a metaphor of someone dropping poop into a stew that might otherwise be delicious. Well, because it feels like all the pieces are there for like a relatively fun roguelite experience, right? And you want to believe, you're like, no, but all of these characters are going to be so much fun, and I'm going to like get in here and I'm going to apply all of this strategic all this tactical and strategic know-how that I've, you know, been imagining, like how these pieces fit together. You get excited, and then you go in and the game is like, well, actually you don't get to see what monsters do. Like, well, how am I supposed to make a decision in this kind of a vacuum? So anyway, yeah. But I do think like UI and UX are incredibly hard, and I think that's like a large part of where... So like as far as Dungeon of the Endless is concerned, that game obviously has, I think, mission statement level problems, shall we say. And so I want to set that aside for 1 second, and I would actually say that like the game is also has a problem with UI design. Not having all things immediately available and making them unlockable is actually far more pleasant to me. And that is a problem that is worth solving. You know what I mean? Like, I get that. But there are better and worse ways to deal with unlocks. And like, I'm the sort of player who flourishes in a sandbox. Like, if you drop me in the middle of a, a system and it's like I have access, like if you just rocketed me up to floor 500 and unlocked all of the game systems, I'd be fine. Like, that would be, I would probably have a more pleasant experience overall if that were the case. And so I realized that I'm like discussing this from one perspective, but the other perspective is valid. It's like there's no better way to experience a thing, but I do think that in terms of design, there are wins. There are ways to search for those multifactorial wins. Right, like, I'm trying to think about like what this looks like in Siralim, right? So I think it's one thing to have like all these monsters unlock as you go. So in the particular example, I'll stick to Siralim here. I would far and away rather have it be that you could know what monsters are available, but the order in which you get access to them be titrated, right? So that you don't necessarily get the horrible overwhelm. Let me see. Dead Ships, well, that would be Frieden, I believe. There's a lot of there's kind of two arguments that I have heard regularly around the whole unlock exploration type of player and type of game. And on the one hand, you get like people saying that, okay, what the point of the titrated unlocks and the point of the reveal content is to reduce overwhelm in games like Siralim. And while I don't necessarily relate to that, because I kind of like the feeling like, okay, all of these things are here and I just need to explore them properly and figure out how they fit together, I absolutely get it. I respect that. The other argument there is that it is just more fun to not know, to not have any access to what is coming up next. And getting access to that information, like having access to that information up front, robs you of like a novel experience. And that is the more potent, like that's the more dangerous argument, as I feel, because it's actually, I think, potentially irresolvable. Because if you say to me, like, well, any information that I have access to up front is a chance to have an unexpected experience. Like, is a surprise that I no longer have. Like, I knew one person, I had a friend who said basically, like, if you give me like a wiki up front, I feel like completely compelled to use it. Like, I don't, instead of playing the game, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, you know, browse the wiki before I ever start. And that seems very strange to me because, like, I don't know if that's resolvable. Spoilers versus anticipation. If you see foreshadowing and know exactly what will happen, even if it was direct with some prophecy, it can actually add tension rather than remove it sometimes. Yeah, it's also a mystery. But also, in a mystery, having the info ahead of time can be very bad. I mean, I don't have that experience personally. Like, I just really don't. But in the case of my friend here, he was basically saying that it's really impossible for him to opt into a situation of like blindness when the information is available. So like the difference between a game having a third-party wiki where you have to go external to the game to look that information up ahead of time, and a game having an internal wiki where you're allowed to look ahead in the game is that if a game has an internal wiki, his feeling is that he's then obligated to look ahead. And that because the developers designed it that way, he's now not going to be able to have any of that experience of like novelty and surprise as the mechanics are revealed. He's going to look at all the mechanics and make sure he's thoroughly familiar with them before he plays the game. And like, while I do that and I enjoy it, it doesn't ruin my experience at all. I could also understand like opting into an experience like I'm having here with Siralim, or that I had for the first 10 episodes of this, where I like jump in and don't look at the wiki just so that I get the mechanic reveal like as I'm going forward. I'm not entirely sure how to square the circle where a player feels like completely obligated to ruin the game for themselves in that way. And so if making that option available to players in any way, shape, or form ruins their ability to like giving them the capacity to spoil themselves as an integrated element, if that like ensures that they're going to ruin their own experience. That's a really strange hurdle to design around, I think. Because it definitely feels mutually exclusive, if that makes sense. Definitely feels like you absolutely can't have one while having the other. Because I want the ability to make fully tactically informed decisions, like to the best of my ability. Like I want the option to do my homework, and if I bum rush the game, or I run in and I haven't really done my homework, but the option was there, then it still feels like, it still feels like my fault. Or it still feels like I have agency in that situation, where I could always go and do a little bit more research, and something like that feels like creates a really powerful intrinsic incentive that leverages curiosity to me, where you get a system where you're allowed to look ahead if you want to, and not necessarily look ahead, but like I think the very best games that are organized, the information reveals organized in the way that I appreciate the best. Oh, these are pretty crazy. What in the hell? Shades, huh? I think games where, okay, I think I have to do something that is not that. There we go. Choose your party shade the game visible at the end of their turns and have independent 100% chance to dodge while they have this buff. Huh, crazy. Anyway, I think that games that do this the best sort of don't give the player access to everything, while giving the player the ability to access the relevant strategic information. So like the fact that I don't know what kinds of systems are coming up in Siralim kind of stresses me out, and in a way that like it definitely puts me in an awkward place as a player, where I'm like, okay, what am I going to want to spend my resources on eventually, right? Because I know Adam had this experience when he was playing with me, playing through Siralim as well. It's like, okay, so I've got a shit ton of power, I have no idea what power, like I know what power is spent on right now based on like where I am in the game, but I don't know what power is going to be, what I'm going to be able to spend power on later. And so until I'm fairly sure that I'm seeing more of the game, I really don't want to spend a whole bunch of power. Like I don't know when that is suddenly going to become really valuable to me. Let me see. As long as the source of the information doesn't have all information in the game available beforehand, I think it's fine. Like having a trainer at the start and there's only one dialogue option for explaining something, and then you can come across a new part of the game and he's there with a new dialogue option to explain if the presentation wasn't clear or if it just needed the extra details or something. I definitely think Siralim Ultimate could have done it better, like the depth-based unlocks ought to be explained ahead of time. I mean, not only on that systems level, but let's be clear, like my version of this argument does cover stuff like I want to know what monsters are available ahead of time, and what they do, just as a player. Like I want to be able to look out there and figure it out. That doesn't mean I want a creative mode, right? Like this is usually the closest I come to common ground on issues like this, is like I don't want a Minecraft creative mode, but I do want the wiki to be internal. I want to be able to know what sort of things are out there so that I can then establish my own goals and pursue them, so that I can go out there and then like try to utilize the game's systems in order to put together this thing that I have envisioned for myself after looking at the information that's available. And in a game like Siralim, you know, there's so much that there's the opportunity to get that wrong 100,000 times before you get it right. Like you may think like, okay, I've put together the ultimate team in advance of the game, and you go out and you try to like hunt down all of the monsters that exist in that perfect team, and you cap out your relic and you do all this other stuff, and then you get to the end and you're like, nope, you know what? I saw a bunch of things that changed my mind, and this is now not as exciting as I thought it was, because you're seeing things in practice, and you're like, that's revealing to you like different ways in which the game systems can work. Because in a game with like a possibility space like Siralim Ultimate, you know, there's just too much. It's not human crunchable. So you're gonna want to explore more comps, more different ideas. You're always gonna want to chase down that one next monster and put together that one next specialization or team or whatever. But having all of that information just completely hidden from you at the start, and it even does some reverse information reveal. Like it unreveals, like you have access to, no, actually, I guess that's not quite true. That's like, stuff like this feels really dumb to me, but like you pop into your specialization as like an animator, and you discover what perks animator has after you load into the game. And it's like, well, you know, what if I wanted to be like a inquisitor or something? So you at that point, since the game refuses to tell you, the game refuses to tell you ahead of time what sort of systems you're gonna have to be dealing with. If you want to see that information, you either have to pop the wiki or literally relaunch and start a new game like Devin is doing, over and over and over, to see what the other specialization perks have. And that, in my opinion, is like kind of a sleazy way to leverage like the FOMO type stuff. Encyclopedias that update as you discover things, basically, sort of like a Pokédex or a monster journal. It's like that's just the thing, though. Is like I don't mind a checklist of stuff that you've captured, but I really don't want that information to be hidden from me ahead of time. Because it feels like what that's there to do. Functionally as a player, what that does is it annoys me, because what's going to happen is that I'm going to make a decision with suboptimal, like I'm going to make a decision absent information, and then I'm just going to have to do more. I'm going to have to do some things over, because, and it's not going to feel like it was my fault. And that, like, okay, the feeling of my fault, like the feeling of ownership, owning my decisions is an important feeling for me in a video game. And so when I make a decision that I'm like, all right, I want to like put this sort of archetype team together. And so I put that team together like as best as I can, given like the knowledge that I have in the game. And a lot of the times in games like Siralim that do the titration of information this way, they have a whole bunch of stuff that's hidden and some stuff that's revealed, and you're moving forward. What happens to me is I put stuff together, and then I discover a monster that's just like, well, you know, if I had known that this existed, I wouldn't have done any of that other stuff, and now I get to rebuild my team. Which it sounds to me like when I talk to people about this sort of thing, it sounds to me like I'm having literally like the inverse or like negaverse version of what the experience that they're having. Like when somebody discovers a thing that overturns their entire understanding of the game, and they're like, well, crap, now I'm going to rebuild my whole team. They're having a great time, and I'm having a miserable time. And that's where the impasse is, I feel. Oh, no. That's what the spec descriptions are supposed to give you. They aren't really sufficient for a good number of reasons. I would agree with them, but I can see your point. And that's the best I think that two people coming to a conversation like this in good faith can do. Let me see one sec. It has been long since a human visited this realm. Though we distrust your kind, I will give you the benefit of the doubt considering your history with the other gods. Do not betray my trust. Well, eventually my aim is to kill you. So I'm definitely going to betray your trust. Anyway, yeah, I think that's the best that two people can approach this dialectical exchange to achieve in good faith is like, because I do think there's an impasse. I do think there's kind of mutually exclusive desire to have a certain kind of an experience. Like these two experiences may be absolutely exclusive to each other. Somebody wants to like discover that creature existed, the fact that they didn't know that creature existed makes them so. But here's the thing is I actually think that in many ways with a game like Siralim, the creature space alone is so broad that and here's my version of that experience, I guess. My version of the experience that you're talking about, where you're like having a good time discovering something that you didn't know was there, like all of a sudden there's a new creature and it changes everything that you thought about the game. My version of that is discovery of dynamics rather than discovery of mechanics. And so like I like all the mechanics to be revealed to me. But here's the thing, in Siralim there's 1,200 monsters and a whole bunch of relics and a whole bunch of trait stones, and you can arrange these in a million different ways. And so like what's fun for me is having all that information and then proceeding into the game and then going, oh man, I never thought that I would have never thought of combining those two elements in that way. But when you see it, you're like, wow, that's so powerful. Like that's so interesting. And now I want to do something with that because I hadn't thought of combining those two things in that way. And so like the discovery of, you know, the dynamics is what's very, like where that discovery hype comes in for me as a player. Regards buffs and minions last forever. E.g. synergy discovery as opposed to tool discovery. Yeah, that's actually I'm fairly happy to accept tool discovery as a and synergy as compromise terms for I think of them as mechanics and dynamics, like dynamics being the interaction between mechanics being the like the baseline system itself, like each trait being a mechanic and the interaction between traits being dynamics. And so yeah, the having the tools revealed to me from the beginning doesn't because something like, if something has enough depth, right, and that's where you get into conversations, it's the really interesting thing that everybody cares about is depth, right? It's like, I want a game with lots of depth. I want a game that's, maybe I don't want the game to be maximally complex, but I definitely want lots and lots of depth. And what people mean by depth is like how broad is the possibility space for dynamics. It's like the synergy space, like how much room for various kinds of synergy exist. And in something like Siralim, it's massive. I'm going to be discovering fun little things that can work together, you know, for as long as I decide to play the game. And that is, to me, that's where the replay value is. And it's also, like, where the discovery is. And suddenly having a new creature show up that I never knew about, for me, represents a lot of potential, like, oof, and not as much potential excitement. And I can tell that for many people, that's exactly the opposite way around. It's like they have this massive excitement for that sort of thing, and the oof potential for them is very minimal. Because they don't feel, I don't know why. I don't know where the negative experience exists, where it's like, I kind of feel like when something like that happens to me, I feel retrospectively I feel like I'm having the responsibility for my decision, like my previous strategic decisions, kind of eroded. Ooh, what's going on? Oh, it's a mimic? Because yeah, if I discover something that changes everything for me, I go, oh, well, you know, I can't be held responsible for the decision that I made in that case. This is just a mimic room, isn't it? Yep. So I don't ever like that feeling. That feeling of, well, I would have made all of my decisions differently had the game only been upfront with me. But I do love the feeling of I missed that. Like, I love the feeling of, like, discovering something new, even though the game presented you with all that information up front. There's something, like, very, very important for me about, like, I had the opportunity to do my homework properly. I had the opportunity to, like, sit there and wiki for hours and hours on end, but I skimmed through all this information, but I didn't immediately, like, the synergy didn't immediately pop out to me. This one creature was, like, I underestimated the potential of this one creature. If there's a game out there that demonstrates what I am talking about, like the experience that I am talking about, and anybody wants to feel it from that perspective, the very best game I can recommend for that experience is Rift Wizard. Rift Wizard is a truly, like, a rogue-like game with its turn-based, and it's very transparent about what you have all from the beginning of the game. And your goal is to basically build a powerful spell book. You are a wizard, and you have to proceed through multiple floors of realms and defeat enemies, and you build yourself into a certain kind of a wizard. Like, you get to spec out all your skills and whatnot. And you pick up skill points as you advance in levels, and you get to spend them, but you get to see everything up front. Like, you can spend some time browsing the spell book, like, up front. There's nothing's hidden from the player. All the passives and all of the active spells are all right there. And Rift Wizard was such a killer experience for me because it is probably one of the few games, because I'm such an old hat to this sort of genre, to this sort of, like, character building, team building, spot the synergy type of game, that games very rarely pull one over on me. So, like, if I'm given the information, like, if I'm allowed to browse the wiki or whatever, I can usually play spot the synergy pretty well. I can see what's going to be strong, what's going to be weak, and how things are going to work together, generally speaking. Once I'm allowed to like look through the relevant tools that are available. And Rift Wizard was like, I lost probably 7 runs before I won my first run, and then after I won my first run, I won 2 runs in a row maybe 3 before I started doing Archmage trials. And I thought the game was way harder than it was, because, and this is like far and away a different experience for me than usual. I can't overstate that. I am not trying to like blow my own horn here. This is like, I've played a lot of roguelike games, a lot of roguelite games, a lot of like card deck builders, a lot of character builders, a lot of ARPGs. And I've never had an experience like this where I played Rift Wizard through and thought it was really substantially hard. I was like, wow, this is, you have to play really tight. This game is pretty unforgiving. And that game whooped my ass and taught me a lot about the way that the spells work together and synergies that I had not spotted. And it was like just a killer experience all the way through, because that game rewards mastery in a way that like basically no other game that I've ever played does to that extent. Like, that game goes from clobbering you honestly to like being trivializable, like very, very trivializable. So you can, like, once you know how the game works, you go back and play through, and you could probably fairly consistently streak. The baseline game is probably almost trivial to streak it once you have played the game through and learned where the synergies are. I'm going to catch up here. Some people's ideas about enjoyment are mutually exclusive. Sometimes other parts of a game can make up for that, sometimes not. I like synergy discovery, but I also especially like it when a new mechanic shows up, like the swamp area introducing a poison mechanic for me to try out. If you only like the former, you can still enjoy the game if there's still plenty of that as well. Just not as much as if that's all there was. As a dev, you will necessarily have to choose which style for you, and that will necessarily make some people like the game more and others like it less. Unavoidable, but you don't need every game to be for everyone. Oh, for sure. You know, preference just plays a part in the way that people approach things, and the way that these games are going to be like organically disseminated among people too. Like, all of Siralim's community seems to be pretty heavily like, you know, theory crafting oriented, shall we say. I actually want to see how many people I can recommend from Siralim get into Rift Wizard, because I wonder, you know, I want to get people that experience as often as possible, because I feel like it's such a mysterious like chase experience for people. Like, having that experience where you're like actually underestimating a game and coming back to it and being like, this game, like, this game taught me something about it. Like, taught me something about how it was supposed to be played over the course of playing it. I like introduction of mechanics because it helps learn at a steady pace. See, that's the argument that I feel like is much more approachable. Like, that's a resolvable position, Envy. That's like, I don't think there's anybody who I don't think there's anybody who's going to be like, no, it's best when you overwhelm the player. There's a good faith Steelman version of that argument that nobody would ever disagree with, I think, is what I'm trying to say. Like, allowing the player to approach the information at a pace that allows them to feel challenged, but does not present like a straight, like a vertical line for, like a learning curve, you know, is important. That's something that I think almost everybody's agreed on is the problem. And so the the resolution to like that conversation where it's like, I would like to be existing at the like in the Goldilocks zone of my personal challenge curve is to go like, okay, let's find some clever way to allow the player to titrate like how quickly they are going to dive into all of the game's different mechanics and tools, and like to allow the player to expose themselves to mechanics at a rate somehow. And maybe even play a little bit of psychological trickery on the player to that extent. Make them think that it's not happening. Hades did that really well. It's like Hades built the death into the narrative in such a way that like it felt really good to run out the game and have it kill you several times and then to go back to the beginning. And what it's really doing is it's dialing in the difficulty level for you, because you will win, you know, at some point as you allocate sort of like darkness and whatnot. But also, those are things where people are gonna have mixed feelings on that sort of implementation. And I don't really know how I feel about that sort of. That's like the roguelite version of the implementation where you're giving the player, you're actually making the game easier. Like the game is adjusting its difficulty to you so that by the time that you win, you don't really know how much better you got. You're like, did the game get easier or did I get better? And the answer is almost certainly both. And having that fuzz factor makes the accomplishment feel much less personal. And again, it does that thing where I like to feel like the sovereign actor. I like to feel like the agent of my own destiny when it comes to games, and I want to feel ultimately responsible for all of the decisions that I'm making and the consequences of those decisions. So we've got a whole bunch of these things. What are these things? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see. Well then. Anyway. That was a whole bunch of ranting. I happen to think that with regards to the thing that Envy is talking about. Hold on. Scorned and silence at the same time. I didn't know enemies could only have scorned or silenced by default. I didn't know that. That was something I missed. This is the sort of thing that I like about Siralim. Is like I went through and read all the status effects early on, but I still missed things. And that's the sort of thing I like to learn. Like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that that was true, because that means that, you know, certain things I don't have to defend against. But the sort of thing that Envy is talking about, I think actually the correct way to deal with that as a dev is to do way more work in figuring out how human beings, like how to reduce decision fatigue and how to make the information easier to parse. Because I don't think we're anywhere near doing that well with most video games. Like, most video games present information in ways that are terrible and extremely difficult to parse and extremely difficult to model for absolutely no reason. And it can be done infinitely better, basically. And so if you improve on all of those in all of those ways, on all of those metrics, then and only then do you get to start talking about, like, well, how much information should we withhold from the player? And then once you get to that level of discussion, I think it should become a discussion about how can we elegantly allow the player to sort of titrate information for themselves. How can we allow them to opt into like a different pace of information? And I think those two approaches combined is, I think, the way to work toward a better video game, like air quotes here, better video game. So, it's 7 o'clock. I need to go to the store, do some grocery shopping. I have been playing the heck out of Siralim, more or less blind as I ramble the last couple of hours. Realm 130 is the Nether boss. I kind of want to do it, but I said I was going to go at 7, so I am going to save at this point. Definitely stepped away from my computer a couple of times today. What I might do, so I'm at 130, which is pretty close. We're getting real close to 150. And we have a Siralim planner here, and I might go through and try like doing some theory crafting exclusively when I get back home. I don't know. I'm not sure. I've been feeling a little under the weather lately, so the decision for me is like I may just turn and I may just start reading when I get home. It depends on how late it is, how long it takes me, and how I feel when I get back. But either way, probably the next time that I stream, whether it's later tonight or a subsequent day, I will be doing some theory crafting because I'm getting closer and closer to having all the creatures unlocked. Unfortunately, something like this anointment is incredibly fucking powerful for a build like mine. The past life regression on Graveborn. Your creature's stats persist, stat changes persist through death. Something like that feels like I basically, it's almost a necessary pickup. And I don't think anointments don't become available until like realm depth 450. So I'm probably going to be doing some sort of speculative build crafting, but hopefully most of it, what I'll focus on mostly will be the creatures that I have access to. Anyway, that's all for now. Thanks guys for coming by and keeping me company. I will see you all in an amount of time, and I'll probably drop my stream notification wherever you all normally catch me. Peace.